All right, guys. So today we have jobless claims numbers. We also have the Philly Fed Index. We also have Walmart earnings. We also have Alibaba earnings. We also have Bed Bath and Body Works, Canada Goose, Gambling.com, Madison Square Garden, uh, and that's it. So we got some stuff dropping. My Disney trade's looking lovely right now. My Disney trade's looking lovely. Uh, so yeah, we'll take it. This is why I always tend to buy it when it's at the low 90s because it generally bounces there. What's up, DS? What's up, George? Dan? Freest? What's up, guys? But yeah, Disney trade's looking lovely right now. We'll take it. Yeah, so we'll see if we keeps on bouncing today. I also bought PayPal, I bought SQ. I don't know what PayPal. I haven't even looked at PayPal yet, but let's see what PayPal's doing. Here's Tesla. Tesla up to 175s today. Looks strong. Target. We got Walmart and Baba earnings this morning. So what's up? All we do is twin. What's up, Ugly? What's up, Colin? Sheba. All right, so looks like PayPal is now green today. SQ is green too. I'm telling you, dude, every time I buy Disney, man, every time I buy Disney, people talk smack for whatever reason, and then it ends up going up in my direction, and then it's just kind of silence, you know. I got my Winnie the Pooh mug. I feel a lot better this morning. So I got my Winnie the Pooh mug this morning, you know. All right. So y'all can hear the music, correct? You should be able to. But yeah, we got Walmart, Alibaba earnings this morning. We have jobless claims, Philly Fed Index. We've got existing home sales. Tomorrow we've got Jerome Powell. So I'll put all these numbers up. Put everything up on screen. All right, so jobless claims numbers expected to show at 254,000, 254,000. The Philly Fed Index expected. Philly Fed Index is expected at minus 19.8. Walmart earnings are Walmart's expecting earnings of $1.32 per share EPS on 148.47 billion in rev. Baba. See if I can squeeze all this into one post. Baba is expecting 135 on 30.38. All right, so I fit it all. Cool. So here's the full list of data today. Again, you can see jobless claims expected at 254, Philly Fed Index expected at minus 19.8, Walmart expected at 132. For EPS, 148.47 billion in sales revenue. Baba's expected 135, EPS on 30.38 billion. So that is the full list of stuff we got going on today. Hey, what's up, Amir? Thank you, man. Dollar over 103, and Apple and a huge rising wedge from daily. Yeah, I mean, if you guys remember, I bought Disney, and I bought Disney on the pullback, and Disney's up really nicely today. So Tesla at 175. Apple moving back. We're also going to do a poll here, guys. So let's go ahead and do it. First, we'll does Walmart beat earnings? Yes or no? Walmart drops their numbers at 710. Baba drops theirs at 640. You can see Walmart down to 150s right now. There might be an argument, for a dip buy here ahead of it, but I think I'll wait. So yeah, we got Walmart, Alibaba. All right, so again, I'm very happy with Disney today. There's Walmart on the right. You can see Baba. I like looking at the daily charts for these just because I think the daily charts are the most relevant here. So here's Walmart. Walmart's been on a tear the last year. Walmart's kind of been on a tear. Up to 150s right now. It's nothing, the all-time highs were 160. So in terms of that, Walmart's really been pretty sideways since 2020. But it is up over the year period. So if we look at a yearly chart, it is green on the year. So that's good. Baba is not the same. Baba is slightly green on the year. If you look at a weekly chart, though, this thing is down big since 2020. Basically what happened starting in 2020, if you guys don't know this, is that the Jack Ma, the CEO of Baba, and the government overseas in China, Jack Ma said some very critical statements regarding that government. And so they basically forced him out of his own company and, made the company lose billions and until he kind of changed his tune. And now, but yeah, that's essentially what happened to him. And so Baba took a huge hit from all of that stuff. You can see it dropped from about 1930s all the way down to 90.6. Hey, congrats, team, man. Yesterday I had my first 10K. Congrats, team, man. T-man. That's awesome, man. Congrats, dude. That's great. Tesla up. Yeah, Tesla's up. Apple's up. Disney's up. Again, I'm in Disney right now. The only trade I got in recently that I'm red on is gold, but I think I can hold gold long enough. I think gold is just kind of a diversification thing where, like, I'm just in gold. It's not a huge trade. I already took profit on this one, too, when it was up. And so that's the only trade that's not green today is gold. SQ is green. Disney's green. I'm okay. JT, I feel better today than I did yesterday. Much better today than I did yesterday, to be honest. So I'm feeling all right. I've been sick for the last few days. I don't know what it was. Hey, chat. So if I'm going to buy used watches, where would I buy it at? Like, where's the, again, I don't want to buy a fake watch. I want to buy a used real watch because part of it is like, I'm not even going to wear the watch. It's just going to be kind of a store value type of thing. And I know there's so many fake ones everywhere, so I got to be careful. But where's the best place? The problem is like you got some of these Rolexes that have like diamonds on them that they're trying to sell. Rolexes with diamonds are usually customized aftermarket. They're worth less than like normal Rolexes. All right, guys. So yeah, Apple at 172s, Tesla 175s. Again, we're very green on our Disney trade over the last few days here. Disney is pushed up. If you look at Disney right now, and again, Alibaba drops their numbers in about 15 to 20 minutes for Alibaba. They're expecting 135 EPS on 30.38 billion in sales. If you look at Disney here, Disney has had a tear over the last few days, really. Back up to 93s. So a good level. We'll see how far it can go. What time is the Walmart earnings? Walmart earnings drop at 7:10 market time. So it's right now at about 6:24 market time. So we still got some time. I think there's been noticeably less market interest. The last couple of days. Yeah, so again, Walmart, Baba dropping earnings today. They're both expecting around the same. If we look at like Alibaba numbers here, so Walmart's expecting about 5% growth, about 4.9%. Baba's expecting to pull back about 5.6%. So that is where we're at now. So that's kind of what we're looking at. Check out Palantir, your thoughts. Lori, I'm almost all cash, started a new job and not trading. Yeah. You know, the best way to trade, in my opinion, like if you really want to make money trading in the safest way, it's all about patience. It really is. Like, I think if you get good at day trading, you can do whatever you want. But like trading is really all about patience. So I think you're going to have opportune times where there's obvious extension on one specific side. Like you're going to have really, ideal times where there's obvious extension on one side of the market. Maybe something has pulled back really, really heavily over the last few days, but it needs to be a couple days of red, not just one. But if you get something pulling back really heavily over a few days of red, then you get a little bit more obvious of a trade that is going to have much higher percentages. And so just kind of waiting for those is usually the ideal thing to do, in my opinion, and so just patience, just wait. That's right. Just wait. You're gonna find, like Disney's a good example here. Like again, Disney pulled back to 91. Disney had a few days of just big drops. And luckily, like I have a large enough account where I was able to scale in on those big pullbacks. But Disney dropped from basically 104s, Disney dropped from basically 104s all the way down to 91. So that's a pretty big drop, under 91, under 90. Down to 90.7 at its lows. And so when that happens, like it's pretty reasonable to say, okay, well, this is pretty deep extension on the downside. I'm sure I could probably take a small trade and ride the bounce back up. And so it really is something that, like, if you can just have patience to wait for it. Like the big problem is that people stare at screens all day. And when you're staring at screens all day, it's really hard to be patient. It really is. Baba drops their numbers again in about 10 minutes or so. About 10 minutes, Baba will drop their numbers. We'll watch it. But here's Baba right here. All right, guys. So look at Baba pull back. It's at 90.5s here. Again, they're scheduled to release theirs at like 90 point or at 640. But nothing out with theirs yet. Again, retail will be interesting too. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. Appreciate the support. All right, Baba popped up to 90.7. Again, they dropped their numbers pretty soon. And so today's probably the busiest day of the week aside from Jerome Powell tomorrow. What's up, Layla? What's up, Tight Jack? So yeah, today's probably the busiest part of the week aside from Jerome Powell tomorrow. So yeah, I'm not sure. We had a pretty good day trading the E-mini. Yeah, Baba drops their numbers in about 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes for Alibaba numbers. And the Jerome Powell on Friday is big. So be ready tomorrow. That's one of the biggest market influences is the Jerome Powell conference. Yeah, so I'm checking up on that now. But yeah, we'll stream the whole thing. The full PAL conference. All right, so the conference is going to be on the 19th. Yeah, so it's titled Conversation with Chair Powell and Ben Bernanke, former chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve. The next Fed meeting will be in mid-June. The next CPI. So it'll be really interesting. So the next Fed meeting will be June 13th or June 14th. And the next CPI report will be June 13th. So within that 2-day period, we're going to have a lot of volatility in early June next month. Next week we got unemployment and non-farm payrolls, I believe. Okay. Yeah, Powell's going to be at 11. So we'll cover that. He's one of the panelists, so he's going to be interviewing Ben Bernanke tomorrow. So that'll be fun. But yeah, so again, about 6 minutes before Baba earnings drop, about 6 minutes, Walmart releases theirs at 7:10 market time. It is about 6:30. Baba releases theirs at about 6:40. So Baba's are going to come out within 6 minutes. Walmart doesn't drop theirs for another 30 minutes or so. Hey, what's up, Pawn? All right, so Baba up there to 91s here, consolidating up there, holding. Who said that? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this for years, man. The Cybertruck is going to break records, and it's obvious it is. I mean, listen, Tesla has some haters, and that's very clear. Tesla has some haters, and I get it. Honestly, I understand the hate. All right. But the Cybertruck will break records without question. And you want to know why is because number one is that it's been announced for years. And so everybody's just hanging on that, waiting for it to come out. All right. That's the first reason it's going to break records. The second reason it's going to break records is because it's bulletproof. It floats on water. It's incredibly fast. It's got a ton of torque and towing power. Right. And it looks like a Mars rover. All right. Those things combined are going to make it break sales records without question. Like it's going to break records, so now the question you have with Tesla is like, is it time to buy some Tesla ahead of that? Because when the Cybertruck comes out, it'll probably break records. Now, again, I'm not telling you what to do. I have no idea if it's going to break records or not, but I think it's got a pretty solid chance of breaking records. And again, you got to think about why. Again, bulletproof, floats on water, huge towing power and capability. Looks like a Mars rover, fast on top of that. So, I mean, I think all those things combined make it a pretty cool truck for a lot of truck enthusiasts, despite maybe their political views of Elon or whatever it is. I think the Cybertruck's going to break records, probably, Yeah, Bernanke was the dude, man, I'm drawing a blank. He was the former chair. So he was in Jerome Powell's old job. He was the chair before Powell. So he was the 14th chairman of the Fed from 2006 to 2014. He was a distinguished senior fellow, they call him. All right, guys, here goes. Baba drops their numbers pretty soon here. Baba comes out in about 2 minutes for Baba. All right, so here goes Baba numbers here. Again, Baba drops their numbers in 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes for Alibaba results. Let me know what you guys think about Baba here. 2 minutes. Baba results. Walmart results in about 30 minutes. Yeah, hit the like, guys. You know you want to. Try one time. I feel good. Try to get us over 100 likes before the open. I appreciate it. My question is, what happened to all the doom and gloom guys about 3 months ago? Troika, TRKA, I'm skeptical. TF, no offense, man. I appreciate the support, though, of course. All right, guys, here goes Baba numbers. Baba numbers coming out pretty soon. Here we go. Again, beat or miss? What do you guys think? Do they beat or miss? Let me know. I don't really personally know either. I'm just kind of waiting. Do they beat or miss here? All right, so the Bank of England's Deputy Governor Ramsden says his take is markets are more concerned about inflation in the UK than in the US. Deputy Ramsden says his takes the UK gilts may have some risk, he says. They went over to the doom and gloom channels. Well, I think they probably just kind of stayed quiet now. I mean, all right, there goes Baba. So Baba numbers are out, I think. Let me see. Well, Baba hasn't moved yet, so Baba numbers are probably not out yet. And Baba is actually notorious for being late on their report here, but we are waiting. All right, nothing yet for Bobby here. Waiting for the numbers to come out. They're supposed to be out already. Bob is not out with theirs yet. Bob is notoriously late. They're supposed to drop theirs at 6:40, which is right now, but they are not out with theirs yet. So we are waiting. No, Bob didn't drop yet. So again, we're just kind of sitting by waiting here for the numbers to come out. All right, guys. Baba, nothing out yet. Waiting for the numbers. Baba's sitting right around $90, right at the previous closing price. So Baba is technically break even on the day. So Baba is essentially flat on the day right now. Waiting for the numbers to show up. Nothing out yet. Sitting back waiting here. But yeah, Baba's just, again, Baba's notoriously late with theirs. But nothing out for them yet. Again, you'll be able to see when Baba moves, because when earnings come out, stocks generally move pretty fast. But nothing is out for Baba yet. Again, it's at $90.68. All right, guys. Yeah, so I see these guys basically spamming their Discord on Twitter. Like, they're just spamming their Discord. They're saying, "Look at we are the most profitable," you know. And then they put up their picture of Baba. We'll see if they're right about the direction. Again, Baba at 90.68. Not really moving much. Again, it looks like they're late with their numbers here. Maybe they're planning on dropping for like 7. Walmart comes out at 710. So Walmart comes out at about 710. And so we're going to patiently wait for this stuff to drop. Where do you trade stocks? Well, I mean, we trade stocks every day. Right now, TOS doesn't let me trade until 8 a.m. Until 7 a.m., I mean. So we still got about 15 minutes before we can trade. But we trade stocks, we trade futures every day. You know, we're not going to be trading all day, every day. Like, nothing. Trading, again, we talked about it earlier, but profitable trading really is about patience. You know, the ones that are needing to trade all day, every day, and the ones that need action constantly are usually really big losing traders. The ones that are profitable, there's a very famous quote in trading, and it goes, "Money is not made in trading. Money is made in waiting." And you got to wait for ideal setups. If not, you're just going to lose money. So this was us yesterday in futures. We did pretty good, you know. The E-mini pumping up too throughout all this. So yeah, just wait for ideal setups, guys. You know, you get again, if you wait for extension is one of the biggest money makers in the market. Like, you look for something that's dropped drastically that's still healthy. Is my favorite method of trading. Is I look for something that's healthy that has dropped drastically over a small period of time. Like, I look for a healthy stock that's dropped drastically, and then I usually buy it up and I wait, and it bounces back, and then I sell. Is typically what I do. That's a really simplified version of it, but that's basically what I do. Baba's still not out with their numbers yet. So Baba, nothing out for Baba yet. Still waiting here. What's up, David? Yeah, for sure, man. Good quote. Real, true quote. It's a true quote for sure. All right, guys. So again, Tesla up today, big. Apple up. My Disney trade's loving life right now. We'll take it. Again, Tesla testing highs of pre-market right now up to 175.40s. 175.40s. Again, no BABA numbers yet. You'll be able to tell when BABA earnings come out because it'll move a lot. You know, it hasn't really moved much. All right, guys. Again, waiting for BABA numbers. It's not moving, and again, we'll see when it does. But what is moving right now is Apple pushing up to 172.90s. Tesla moving up a little bit. If we look at the S&P 500 here, S&P 500's up to 416s, which is honestly a pretty good run here, man. Look at this. So we're green on the year for sure. We're green on the year right now. We opened the year up at about 400s or so. We're now at 415s, 416s. So that's nice to see. We'll see if it continues here, guys. Again, we're in a couple other things that we're just going to kind of let sit, but I'll take it. Yeah, with day trading, it's especially hard. BABA earnings were supposed to come out, Shane, at 6:40 market time, which was about 10 minutes ago. But again, BABA is, I told people this before 6:40, I told people the same thing, which is BABA is notorious for being late on their earnings. So BABA is notorious for being late, basically. All right, guys. Yeah, what's up, BS? Pawn says that's one of the hardest things, really. There's some times in the day when the next move is so obvious. Why we trade when it's not super obvious is what gets us in trouble. Absolutely, man. And that's the hardest part of trading, is maintaining that discipline. It really is. Like, having that discipline to not trade, to not react, is incredibly important. Because, and again, it has to do with like staring at charts. When you're staring at charts, it's hard to not trade. You know, when you're looking at charts, when you're looking at all these things, it's very difficult to stop yourself from trading, especially if you're somebody like me who is live streaming content. I get people all day saying, "Hey man, when are you going to trade, bro? When are you going to trade?" And it's just like, I trade eventually, but I try to trade when I have an edge. And again, I'm really the best at swing trading more than anything else. I'm very clear about that. Like, swing trading is where I have the biggest, most profound edge in markets by far. And so, yeah, we're in Disney right now. Disney, we're loving life, you know, so far. And so we'll take it. We'll see if he keeps it up. But yeah, we'll see if it bounces back up today. I'm going to be patient. I think Disney can go up a lot more. I'm on a stationary bike when I trade. That's a good idea type. So you got kind of a bike next to you that you can ride on. It's not a bad idea, you know. Yeah, I've always been pretty hesitant for BABA because BABA has problems with the government over there. Or at least it has over the last 3 years, you know. So like anytime you mess with that government, you know, there can be vulnerabilities and risks there. So you just got to be careful. Yeah, it makes sense. You just kind of ride a bike. All right, guys. So yeah, waiting for Baba here. Baba started to creep up a little bit here. The earnings still aren't out though. It's at almost 91. The earnings still aren't out though. Again, you'll see a big brash move once earnings drop it, and we are not getting that yet. Eli Lilly posted phase 2 rheumatoid arthritis trial published in New England Journal of Medicine. They met the primary efficacy endpoint. India plans to import about 5.5 million BBLS of crude after October to fill part of its Mangalore SPR, according to Reuters. There goes Baba Pop a little bit. It's up over $91 here. I don't think the earnings are actually out yet, though. But it is popping up some. But still nothing for earnings here. And remember, so in about 15 minutes, Walmart drops their numbers. So in about 15 minutes. There's so many scammers. All right, guys. But yeah, Baba popped up to 91.10s. Again, still no numbers out. So it still didn't drop anything yet. We're just kind of sitting back waiting here. And again, Walmart drops theirs in exactly 15 minutes now. Huge green day, though, in markets, to be honest here. Again, my swing trades are looking really nice today. And we're just going to be patient here, I think. We're just going to sit. I think we got a chance to ride stuff back. Market's up really nicely today, too. So I think we have a chance to, do some stuff today. Oh, we ended up buying Home Depot and made money for whatever reason. Like, it's not showing on our Home Depot trade, but like, for whatever reason, sometimes pre-market can make the orders all funky and weird. But we are green on this trade. So our average here, if you look at this, is our average on Home Depot here is $290 for HD. So if you remember, we bought HD yesterday or the day before. A lot of people told us not to buy it too, which is kind of funny. But our average is $290. So our average on Home Depot is way down here. So our average on Home Depot is way down here. And so we're nicely green on Home Depot today. So we'll let that ride. We took some profit yesterday. We only have 15 shares left, I think. So we did take some. Yeah. Shares of data intelligence software firm Palantir are likely to carry forward their recent upward momentum in the Thursday session. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody really knows what PLTR will do, but PLTR is running up big. I mean, it is making big moves. It is flying up relative to what it was doing prior to this results here. So Palantir's finally back up. Again, this is one of those companies that I'm very skeptical of, though. I hope it goes up for you guys. Like, it's not like I want this to fail or anything like that. Like, here's Palantir. It's not like I want this to fail. Of course I don't. Like, I hope you guys make money. I really do. But this is one of those companies that I'm just incredibly skeptical of. If you pull up a long-term chart, it's gone from basically 45 down to 10 right now. And so I hope it does well, though. This is one of those companies that could succeed, though. You know, it could succeed. You know, sometimes these small cap stocks take a little while to find their footing, and so I'm hoping that's the case for you guys. I hope you guys make some money there. Baba pulling back a little bit. We're at 90.8. Again, it's almost 7 a.m. Still no numbers dropped. So still no numbers are out. Walmart set to drop their numbers in a couple minutes too. We got about 13 minutes for Walmart drops before Walmart drops their data here. So a couple minutes. You killed on Home Depot. Yeah, honestly, I forgot about it completely, Russ. So like what happened was like I bought Home Depot, I think yesterday in pre-market. And I had a bunch of people that were like, no, don't buy it. Which is kind of becoming a pretty common tale every time I buy up anything. But I had a bunch of people like, no, don't buy it. And then it ended up flying up, you know. So it ended up flying up, and now we're just kind of. And again, I thought it was too extended on the downside. To be honest. Oh no, I know what I did wrong here. That sucks, dude. Oh man, I see what I did wrong on Home Depot. That sucks. I am short 15 shares accidentally. So when I covered my position yesterday, I ended up making. I'm still green on the trade, but that sucks, dude. I was on my phone doing it. So I was on my phone doing it, and so I must have shorted when I covered the position. It must have been just a little bit too much. That's unfortunate. I'll give it a little bit of time to work, but now I see what I did wrong, which is that. I wish it wouldn't let you do this on Thinkorswim. This is one of the problems, and it's my fault completely, so I'm not blaming it. So there goes Baba popping up. It's my fault completely, but I wish like whenever you covered a position on TOS, it would ask you, hey, are you trying to short this? Because like what happened, it looks like, was I had maybe 10 or 15 shares left, and when I covered, it ended up shorting me at 290s. So, you know, which I don't know if is necessarily a bad short either. Like it's not that far away, but it's definitely not what I wanted to do. So I'll let it work to see what happens, but certainly not what I wanted to do. Now I see why it says I'm red on it today is because I accidentally entered it with minus 15 shares. That sucks. Just a user error, but a great trade. Again, I really did ride it up from like 270s all the way up to 290s. And so I made money on it regardless, but it looks like I accidentally shorted. Unfortunate. Anyways, there's 7 a.m. here. We'll see if Baba drops their numbers here. So there's 7 a.m. We'll see if Baba drops theirs. Here's Baba. Nothing out with theirs yet. Walmart's still set to drop their numbers too. But yeah, I'll probably cover at least a piece of this to get out of Baba here. I really didn't mean to short. And so I'll scale out of most of that. There goes Baba pushing up a little bit. Still moving up. Doesn't look like the earnings are out yet. It's at 91.17. So 91.17 here. Let me make sure the earnings aren't out. I don't think they're out yet, but here's Walmart in the middle. Walmart popped up some though. Is this their earnings report? Did Walmart release their earnings early? Okay, yeah, it looks like Walmart's probably out with their numbers. Look at Walmart fly here. Baba moving up with it too. Let me see if I can find the release here. Look at Walmart rip here. All right, so Walmart numbers are out. So Walmart is out with their numbers here. Up to 152 a share. Dragging the market up with it too. All right, so Walmart posted a 62-cent EPS on 1.67 billion in net sales, revenue of 152 billion. So Walmart beat on EPS, or beat on sales at 148.4 expectation. They ended up showing up at 152. Their EPS came in at 147 versus 132 estimates. And we'll put these numbers up on screen so you can see it. Here's Walmart numbers right here. And Walmart is flying up. There's Walmart numbers right there. Baba finally pulling back a little bit now too. Again, Walmart at under 153. So again, Walmart beat on both metrics, beat on EPS, beat on sales revenue. Again, adjusted EPS was 147, better than the 132 estimates. Walmart revenue grew 7.6%. Operating income growing faster at 17.3%. E-commerce is up 26% globally. Quarter one, fiscal 24 GAAP EPS of 62 cents, adjusted EPS of 147. Company guides quarter two and raises the outlook for fiscal year of 2024. First quarter revenue is up 7.6% to 152 billion. Same store sales are up at 103.9 billion. So Walmart beat on both of these metrics. Baba, I don't know if they're out with theirs yet. I think Baba might just be following the sympathy in Walmart here. But Walmart raised their 24 outlook too. All right, guys. The Walmart killed it on their numbers here. I might buy this dip in Walmart right now if I can real quick. So Walmart did great. I like this dip. Walmart guided really well as well. All right, so we just bought 20 shares here. I got to get the auto send button on. It's a pretty big drop fast though for me here. We'll let 151 be our risk number. If it can't hold that, we'll cut it. What a big drop for Walmart though, unexpected. Baba, still waiting for Baba numbers to come out yet. A little bit better pop for Walmart though. We'll give it some time here. Our average is right around the VWAP, but everything came in pretty good for Walmart. Same store sales are up. Cash flow was up. Consolidated net sales are up 3.5%. Comp sales up 7.4%. So all this was pretty good. Look at Baba. Baba looks like it just dropped. So look at Baba's fall here. Yes, Baba is out. So Baba is out. Earnings was 131 a share for Baba versus 135 estimates. So Baba missed on earnings. 131 a share versus 135 estimates. Non-GAAP diluted EPS came in at 156. So I'm trying to figure out which one it is. These are always so hard to read. Let me look up on a different source. So we're pretty much back up here for Walmart. And again, I want to give it time. Baba has completely retraced back up here. But yeah, so earnings per ADS was 131 a share. Diluted EPS was 156. Here we go. So Baba beat, it looks like, actually. So they are retracing back up. So here's Baba numbers right here. We'll put both of them up on screen so you can catch Walmart and Baba numbers on the same post here in the middle. There you go, right there. So that's both of them. We're in Walmart. Part of me wants to maybe add 10 shares here. All right, so we just added 10 shares. We were in at 30 shares. Our average is just above here. So this is our average right there. So we'll give this time to bounce. But Baba did post the good numbers here, it looks like. So sales beat, EPS beat. See if they lag a little bit they're on the downside though. Baba is moving down a little bit here. Like we did buy some Walmart here too. So Baba approved process to start external financing for Alibaba international digital commerce business. Revenue came in at 30.32 billion. Walmart were pretty flat on this trade so far. We got 30 shares here, 30 shares. We'll give it time. I like this trade. I think that Walmart might have overreacted here on the downside. With Walmart killed earnings, man. They did great on everything. All right, so very close to flat. Basically flat right now. We'll give it some time to run. Alibaba board has approved process to start external financing for Alibaba digital commerce. Yeah, I saw that. Traders are not liking it though. They're down. All right, so this should bring us to green on the day. So this is actually technically above our average price here, 152.20. I gotta get buy the bid up here so that it's both. So I can probably try to cut some of this too. All right, so we're green here. Let's hope we can break over the VWAP for Walmart. Kind of flat right now, though. Bought the dip. I think I got to just be patient here and give it time, though. But Baba dumping down here on their numbers. See if they retrace some. We got a lot of wicks here for Baba. So look at all these down wicks. So that could mean some buying pressure could come through. Walmart, we're flat. Again, we're pretty flat. I'm just going to wait for this. I mean, if we lose here, it's not the end of the world. All right, so Walmart dipping down. We're going to watch 151 very closely here as like a stop level. Yeah, it's one of the reasons earnings are tricky to trade. I usually try to just react to earnings because sometimes a company can just do great. You could buy on a pullback and the company still struggles here. But they're so volatile that I think the smart move would be to give it time. What's up, Chris? Walmart has a good outlook since Target and Home Depot. Yeah. Yeah, kind of a flat trade right now. What's up, Jan? IB. What is it? IB? It's IBKR. I don't know, man. I think what IB did wrong as a company, and they, number one, like they don't really care too much. They're doing pretty good on the year. But I think one of the things that could, like, IB is good, but and they honestly have a really good long-term chart. So like IB is good, but the fact that TD Ameritrade. The fact that TD Ameritrade does no commission trading. The fact that TD does no commission trading is an interesting part because, you know, TD Ameritrade is going to let people trade without paying commission. IB is still charging commission. And now the fills are going to be better for like more active traders on IB. But I think that's one of the nuances of it that people should pay attention to. Yeah, I'm long Walmart right now. Yeah, Baba. Baba did good on their earnings report. So Baba did good on EPS, good on sales. Yeah, EPS came in at 156 versus 135 estimates. Sales of 30.3 versus 30.24 estimates. So Baba did good. So yeah, we are up for Walmart here at 152.13s. Again, Baba down at 89.20s. I want to give Walmart its chance though. Baba's starting to break down though. But again, Baba did good for their numbers here. Let me look at some more data here for Baba. All right, so this might be one of the so there's some speculation here, but Baba Group Board approves execution of IPO for Freshippo. So it looks like one of their acquisitions, one of their other assets is going to IPO. Called Freshippo. Baba also approved, their board also approved looking into an IPO for Canino Smart Logistics. They approved the process to start external financing for Alibaba International Digital Commerce. They're going to spin off Cloud Intelligence Group via dividend. Cloud Intelligence Group is going to become independent and publicly listed. And these could all be reasons Baba is not reacting the best. Fourth quarter national commerce revenue 2.7 billion, but it could be the spinoff of whatever this is that's causing Baba to drop. Nvidia to the moon. Yeah, Nvidia, Disney to the moon, man. They're all ripping up big. I'm in Walmart right now. Nvidia has had such a turnaround though, man. Nvidia dropped, like, if you look at a daily chart, it really is a crazy chart. If you look at a weekly chart, I mean, the weekly chart for Nvidia is legitimately crazy here. Baba down here at the lows, part of me is thinking about buying this up. Let me look at the daily chart for Baba. Where are we at now? We're at 88. I mean, maybe Baba. It's got to be a small share size though, because Baba is so rangy. I think there might be some extension in play here too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That might be the argument on why it's not reacting well, is because they're gonna break off an IPO one of their assets. No, it's not the same though. A little bit different than like Amazon splitting into two. This is just one of their media assets, but they're going to lose the revenue from it, and it's going to be going into its own publicly available company. Walmart says U.S. monthly comp sales growth moderated as the quarter progressed, and general merchandise sales reflected softness in discretionary categories, including home and electronics and apparel. So that might be one of the reasons Walmart fell a little bit here. I like this entry, though. I think this is a good little entry. If it goes against me, it's not the end of the world. I might lose $30, but it's got a chance to really go in my favor, too. Yeah, I'll wait. Yeah, I mean, just a general request, though, guys. Look, I'm not saying that y'all are wrong, but, like, regularly I get people saying, hey, buy this, don't buy that, do this, don't do that, do this, right? And no offense to everybody at home, but generally people who tell me that are wildly wrong. So a lot of times I'll be like, hey, I'm gonna buy this stock, and then a couple people be like, no, don't buy that stock, don't buy the stock, and then the stock will rip up 15% in a week. And so I've seen it happen a lot. And so one of the basic rules I have here is don't pressure anybody to do or not do anything, especially when it comes to like individual subjective opinions on stocks. If I would have bought Baba where I wanted to at this point in time, Baba would have been back up $1 a share, And so again, it's fine to make predictions and stuff. Just don't discourage or tell people buy this or don't buy that, because it ends up just doing more harm than good, I think. Yeah, so look at Baba. Baba up like $1 a share from where I said that. We'll see. But all right, we're gonna get Ben in here. And I do want to give this one time to work. But man, I'm feeling much better today, dude. I had that ear infection beat me up, dude. Yeah, Baba's still on the tear back. Yeah, Nvidia's still flying up at 306 is right now, basically 306. But yeah, so far Walmart beat, Baba beat, and again we were thinking about it right down here at 88.80s. It's not anybody else's fault I missed it, but you know, I got to go with my own intuition and kind of tune everybody else out, I think sometimes. Walmart back up though, almost back up to 152. There goes Walmart back up to 152s here. We'll give it time. I will take profit if it goes in my favor, though. So I will take profit if it goes in my favor here. All right, Walmart's still pumping up. Now, Baba's at this interesting level where if it's going to continue on the downtrend, it's probably going to happen here. Walmart's still moving up. The SPY has dipped a little bit here, so we did get a little pullback on the SPY. The SPY is a little bit too extended on the upside for me to want to buy it. But yeah, there goes Baba back up to almost $90 a share here. And so then again, for those that don't understand my trading strategy, like a lot of the time I'll wait for stocks to have good earnings but drop, like Baba, and I'll buy it right when they're around the lows. That generally has a very high accuracy rate. And again, if you would have seen where I was thinking about buying Baba, I should have bought it. It was right here. And so since then, over the last 5 minutes, Baba is all the way back to $90 a share now. And so it really is one of those things where everybody else is telling you no. You know, in trading, you really got to learn to just tune that out because, you know, people are very biased on specific stocks. They, you know, and again, regardless of any of it, like my trading strategy is a little bit different. Like this wasn't going to be a long-term hold no matter what. But with that said, look at Baba's rebound back up. So Baba has basically flown all the way back up to 90.50s right now in about 6 minutes. So just a huge rebound back up. And so, yeah. Right back to the previous closing price, basically filled the whole gap from the gap down here with a huge tear back up to 90.50s. So huge run back up. Is Walmart earnings be good for non-recession? Seems people buying food and downgrading their purchases to Walmart might be bad for economy in a way. Maybe indirectly, Kevin, but it's not going to be like, I wouldn't hold too much weight on that. Walmart earnings are, you know, Walmart's been strong a lot no matter what. So like Walmart's been pretty strong throughout all this. So like Walmart has been on a big tear up since last year at the same time, you know. So since last May, Walmart's been basically on a tear up, leading the rest of the market too. The rest of the market has mostly been sideways over the last year. But Walmart again has been on kind of a big tear. We'll probably get ready to cut this too. I'll let it break under 151. It's not super big of a trade or anything. All right, there goes Baba, guys, all the way back up to almost 90.50s here. Over the volume weighted average price. Still moving up. No. This is a TD Ameritrade. I'll trade Top Step later. I'll start, you know, I'll trade it for an hour. On the last hour of the stream, I trade Top Step. Walmart is the public wholesaler. They know their prices will not be beaten by anyone. Right? Their buying power is above everyone else. Right, exactly. They can buy wholesale. Oh, for sure. Well, I was thinking about buying Walmart yesterday, if you guys remember. I didn't, but I was really thinking about it. So I was really thinking about buying Walmart yesterday because, again, Walmart is recession proof to a certain extent. Like people are going to use Walmart regardless of what's going on economy wise. So we could check. So Walmart earnings today were Walmart's. For first quarter earnings. So these were January, February, March earnings. Get a SPY up to 416s here, but so yeah, this is first quarter. Hard for Buffett to resist at $90 stock that makes 10.7 buck EPS. What stock is that though, Gia? Who's making $10 EPS? I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about Baba, but Baba's EPS was $1.35, or it was $1.50 actually for Baba. Yeah, I think Tesla will be interesting here. The question is like, I have a little bit of Tesla here, and the reason I think when they announced the Cybertruck this year, it'll be okay. Baba only made about $1.52 in EPS. So where do you see the $10? You might be talking about 10 RMB, which is not the same as US dollar. You know what I mean? I think you're probably talking about RMB. Yeah, so you're looking at it in terms of Chinese. You're looking at it in terms of Chinese RMB currency, Geo. So in terms of US dollars, Baba made about 130 or about 152. So you can actually see the number there. It's at 152 or 147 EPS is what Baba made. So Walmart's still sitting okay. And again, JT, I don't want to run you off, man. It's all good, bro. Like I said, we're all wrong sometimes, and so it's all good. Baba's still down since their earnings report. But yeah, just kind of a rule I have here, man. You got to know how it goes, bro. Like, I've had so many people throughout the years just kind of pressure people. And a lot of the time they'll do it with like crappy penny stocks. They'll be like, buy this company. This company's going to succeed. Like, I had a guy in our Discord that was just toxic. That would be like, yo, buy this stock. I've done the due diligence on this penny stock. Buy it now. And it's like, and then the stock would just long-term go down. And he would get mad if people wouldn't buy it. Like, he would literally shame people really heavily into buying these crappy penny stocks. And your boy had to be just losing money left and right. Like, he had to be losing boatloads of money doing this, but I don't think he could help it. And he would just pressure. And I ended up having to boot him out of the Discord. He ended up joining a friend of mine's Discord. Like, a friend of mine had a Discord, and I told him ahead of time, I was like, yo, you want to be careful with this guy. Like, this guy is a liability. Like, he pressures people to buy crap, and then he's a liability. And at first the guy was like, oh no, like, he's a good guy, he's a friend. And then after like a couple weeks, he messaged me and he was like, yo, you are right, he is a liability. And he's like, and I think he closed down his own Discord because of it. And so because of all that, one of my broad general rules is just don't pressure people to buy anything, nobody really knows. And again, a lot of the time, like you said, it's just a good lesson. So don't think I'm complaining, because I think it's a really good lesson. And I think that generally people are just trying to help as well when they're doing that. But it's a good lesson because again, like, every time I buy up stuff for swings, right? Like, every time I buy up like Disney or whatever I end up buying for a swing trade, usually I've got some people that sit there and they're like, no, don't buy that, and I really have to learn to just kind of tune that out, because people are incredibly biased regarding individual stocks. And so I just kind of got to keep it like that. And I hope that makes sense. Yeah, it's all good, JT. Like I said, it's all good, brother. Like I said, I think you were just genuinely trying to help. And again, I think, to be honest, bro, I understand. I really do. Like, and to be fair, JT, you were right about Baba. Baba is down from when their earnings came out. Just where I was thinking about buying it was down here at the 80s level. So like down here is where I was thinking about buying it. So that would have worked. But I don't even necessarily know if that's where you were talking about, where you said don't buy it. I think you might have been talking about like right when earnings dropped or whatever. But yeah, it's all good, man. Chris says, I know exactly who you were talking about. My guy's just the guy I'm talking about. He was a friend of the channel. I genuinely feel bad for having to kick him out. And I think a lot of people kind of judged me when I kicked him out, but they don't understand the back end, man. Like, some of these guys, are just, kind of off their rocker a little bit, man. They're just not. To be honest, I think he's on a bunch of meds, and like he's just kind of unstable because of it, and so he doesn't understand why it's not okay to pressure people and stuff. And again, not you, JT. It's some other guy that he's been out of here for a while. I don't know, dude. I think the Cybertruck will break records. All right, so now we're probably slightly green. So I think the Cybertruck will break records. I think the Cybertruck will break records because I think the Cybertruck, again, I think it's 2-0. Oh, there you are, man. I was just texting you. What's up, Ben?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well, man. So I was just talking about how I think the Cybertruck is going to break records. The Cybertruck is bulletproof, if you guys didn't know. A bulletproof truck. It has the towing power of some of the best trucks in the game right now. Bulletproof. Tons of towing power. It's actually incredibly quick. It looks like a Mars rover. It does great off-road. And again, it floats on water. And so it's literally a boat car, floats on water, bulletproof, incredibly fast. That thing will beat a bunch of like 4-cylinder cars too. And so I think it's going to break sales records when it goes live. I really do.
What's the price point? What's the price point on that one?
I gotta see.
While you're looking that up, I just need to say I can tell you're feeling better.
Oh, dude, I'm feeling way better, man. I think the antibiotics, which really makes me think it was an infection. I never went to the doctor. I just started taking amoxicillin a day and a half ago to 2 days ago. And so it does make sense in terms of the timeline where I'm going to be feeling better today. I feel way better. So, definitely feeling way better. I just kind of slept. Honestly, you and I filmed that video yesterday. I really just fell asleep and woke up, but I needed the sleep, it looks like. So the Cybertruck is going to start at around 50,000.
50,000 for that?
Yeah,
really?
That's not bad though, man. Listen,
no. I mean, like I was thinking like 125, like a Hummer or something,
Yeah, I'm sure like the top model is going to be much more expensive, kind of like the Tesla Plaid. But yeah, they say the Cybertruck's going to start at 50 in the mid 50s, which is pretty good, and it's got 240 miles of EPA range, dual motor. So I'm sure there's going to be some upper ends of it, but it's not super expensive either. And so I think it's going to break sales records. I really do. I think it's going to break sales records. Shout out to real quick. I gotta no, all good, JT. Yeah, no need to apologize again, JT. It's all good, man. Thank you so much for the donation, bro. I appreciate it. Again, I wasn't really talking about you for the person I was talking about. It's another guy that Again, I'm pretty sure the guy I was talking about is, yeah. I'll give you one hint. He loved Lululemon. And I'm not really against Lululemon, but like, Carol and Maddie love Lululemon. The problem is like, you get a little flimsy hat, it's like $100. I also think there's a placebo effect in play with Lululemon. All right. Like anybody that tells you to buy Lululemon, they're all like, oh, it's so comfortable. You got to buy it. It's so comfortable. Buy Lululemon. And so I think when you try on their clothes, you're thinking of that in the back of your head. You're like, oh, it's comfortable. It's comfortable. And so then you pay attention to the comfort a little bit more. And that kind of tricks your brain into thinking that the clothes are somehow much more comfortable than regular. At least that's my theory on it. And so then people end up, buying a bunch.
Yeah, the placebo effect of Lululemon. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard that one. But you probably do have a point.
Yeah, I think it's true. Like I tried the stuff on. I never noticed any big difference between like a normal pair of basketball shorts I buy at Walmart versus like a Lululemon pair of shorts. The only difference is the Lululemon shorts are like 5 times more expensive. So
I don't know, like this truck, the Cybertruck, it's ugly kinda, but then it might be the way trucks look in 10 years, Sure. I can't tell if I like it or not. I've seen it before. I've seen Elon try to shatter one of the windows with like a sledgehammer, and it didn't work because it's bulletproof or whatever. But it's I like it. I think it's one of those things that'll grow on people
Sure.
after they see them, you know?
Yeah, I think it's growing on me a little bit. Like I think if you look at it here, like look at this thing, like for camping, I think it really is one of those things that's grown on me a lot. And I think the reason, okay, the way I have to look at it is like this. Like you know me, Ben, or the area we live in, right? Like I drive outside, I'm seeing Teslas nonstop. Like it feels like the only car I see out here sometimes is a Tesla. But 3 or 4 years ago, when I saw a Tesla, it was like a shock. It was like, ooh, look, a Tesla, because you never saw them. At this point in time, it's a little bit saturated out here for Teslas. And I think that's what really brought people into buying a Tesla, was because it was a status symbol. And I think Tesla's losing that to a certain extent at this point because there's so many of them out there. And so I think one of the things that will combat that as a benefit to Tesla is the Cybertruck looking so different compared to everything else on the market. I think even if it's ugly, it's incredibly different than what you see. And I think people want to be seen, like people want to be noticed. It's kind of a status symbol. And so I think the Cybertruck will be just that, which it'll turn heads regardless of whether it's ugly or not. It looks like a Mars rover. And so I think it'll turn heads. And I think the capabilities of it are going to be the really big selling point, bulletproof, all that stuff. That's pretty cool,
You could call it ugly, but you can also say that it's not ugly. It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But Tesla's also, they're about to go down to the $30,000 price point too. I think that's going to be huge. The new way that they're going to align their assembly factory or whatever, they're going to be able to produce a $30,000 car, and that could be huge too.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Especially with how expensive cars are now too. RoboCop, yeah, it does look like the RoboCop car. Again, it really looks futuristic, and I'm pretty sure that's what they're going with. Wearing Lulu is kind of like a status symbol. Instead of wearing cheap Target, Gap, yoga wear, those with money wear designer yoga wear. I don't know, man. Maybe. I think it's the comfort thing that sells most people, but I might be wrong. Like I have a bunch of Lululemon clothes. Carol loves Lululemon. My daughter loves it too. But I never got into it. And again, regardless of, I think Lulu makes tons of money. Like people act like I'm saying Lulu is not going to be successful. Lulu makes so much money,
Oh yeah, just because you don't want to buy it doesn't mean like it's not a good investment as far as stocks go. Like,
sure,
I don't want to buy too many Louis Vuitton purses for my wife.
Right.
Because I think it's just ridiculous. I did get her one of the cheaper ones, like I said the other day, but
sure,
I think it's ridiculous how much they are. But the guy that owns that company is the richest man in the world right now.
Sure.
It's probably, they're still making money. Lulu's the same thing. Might be a little overpriced. Like Yeti, I buy like everything Yeti. I don't know. And so overpriced that for girls, I guess Lulu's a little kind of like the Yeti for girls, where it might be a little too expensive, but it makes them money.
Sure. Yeah. But the only problem with investing is like long term, I think there's risks in investing in Lululemon, just going by like fashion companies. I think Lululemon got really big in 2020 when like with athleisure kind of style of clothes came out, so like the athleisure clothes, like basically everybody was stuck at home. And so what were they wearing? They were wearing yoga pants and stuff like that. That's when it really became big. It was around before that, but it really got notoriety in the wake of all that stuff. And so I think as we get farther and farther away from 2020, I think there's risks. And I might be wrong. It might succeed long term. But personally, I'm not going to put my money in a fashion company like that long term because, again, fashion has changed. Like, again, I grew up when I was young. Hollister and Abercrombie and Fitch and all those clothing companies were like huge. They were absolutely huge. They were like big. Now at this point in time, they are worthless. Basically, they are small.
What are kids wearing these days? Like, what's your daughter wearing? Are there just other companies?
Yeah.
Oh, but I mean, she's not working out all the time. But like, is there like Gap, J. Crew? All those are probably too outdated.
Yeah,
maybe there's some new clothing.
Outside of Lululemon,
what do you wear?
Yeah. Target stuff. Target's actually become kind of big.
I like Target too.
Yeah.
I'd wear Target stuff all day if I could.
Target's actually not that expensive relative to like other places. Like we're talking about Lululemon.
Oh,
well, yeah, but Target stuff. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what we buy. I buy our clothes, so Target. The mall. A lot of the times, like, we'll go to the mall and she'll pick out some stuff there. So mall, Target, Vans. Yeah, I like Vans. I was a skateboarder. I like Vans. But all right, yeah, you can have that. Just be careful. That has a lot of sugar. I wouldn't drink all of that. Okay, drink some water. Don't let that be the first thing you drink in the morning. That has a surprising amount of sugar. I'm trying to find a healthy caffeine source, and I bought these. What are these things? Give me that. I bought these yerba mate drinks, and I didn't look at the back, and I should have, but they have 23 grams of sugar. Hey, do not drink all of it.
You should be wearing some Lululemon.
Yeah.
Drinking that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. All right, love you. Have a good day. Yeah, so don't take sugar in the morning. Yeah, I'm just trying to tell her. You might want to drink a tea, Maddie.
You know what I just made?
What? Eggs? Good. Eat that, Love you. Yeah, I don't know. When you get back from school. Yep. Love you.
Yeah, I like J. Crew as far as clothes go, but the trick is J. Crew Factory on the internet.
Yeah, for sure.
Stuff. I don't know how people would spend, 5 times more than I spend on my J. Crew stuff, just buying it from the store. So.
Yeah, I'm a polo guy. Like, I wear polos if I have to wear a collared shirt, I'll wear polos. Aside from that, I'll wear like sports stuff. Like, I got like an Astro shirt on right now. I like Champion stuff. I'll wear a lot of Under Armour stuff too, like t-shirts. I'll wear Under Armour t-shirts.
Yeah, Under Armour's cool.
Yeah, I just go to Amazon and I buy like 15 of their t-shirts and just wear those on repeat. What's up, Ed? Yeah, it's not high fructose, but sugar's bad. It's just not. It's worse if it's high fructose. Yeah, Baba's still dropping here. So maybe JT was right. But again, I usually buy, like, one of the most accurate trading strategies I have here is I'll look for companies to have good earnings. Like, they don't need to be perfect. Like, there's always going to be like some small pockets of negativity in their earnings report, but like, I'll look for companies that have relatively good earnings but react like this, so to where they drop drastically from relatively good earnings, and I'll try to buy them up. Like, if you remember, I was thinking about buying it right here, and then a lot of the time I'll ride the bounce back and take profit. And so I do that very often. It's kind of what I did with Walmart here. We're still in Walmart. We have 30 shares, but we're pretty flat on it still. Disney has been a huge comeback stock for me.
I heard you're really happy about Disney and its performance in the past day. 24 hours.
yeah, I'm super happy about it. It's one of those trades where I have traded Disney so much. It's one of my favorite swing trades, and the trading strategy is actually really simple. I just wait for it to drop down to the low 90s, and then I just sit as long as I need to sit, because I think the price point of $90 a share for Disney, it's around the lows of the year. I think Disney is diversified and has enough media assets and has enough, different income streams to stay over 90 long term. Now, I might be wildly wrong. Do not copy me. I might be wildly wrong. Maybe Disney just kind of crashes. Again, I have no idea. But that trading strategy has done me very well. I think my accuracy rate is at least 75 to 80% of when I just buy it around $90 and I just wait. So somebody said, how do jobless claims affect the market, if it comes in higher or not? Jobless claims are kind of like a different form of unemployment, and they come out in about 50 minutes. So they're dropping in about 50 minutes. But yeah, they're kind of like a separate form of unemployment. Love you, buddy. Have a good day.
Yeah, so more jobless claims, it's
worse for inflation.
But more jobless claims, as far as the mortgage market goes, means more jobless claims usually means rates go down a little.
Yeah, so that's kind of, and the market has kind of responded that way too. So like the market has kind of responded, at least over the last year, with inflation really high. A lot of the time the market will go up if jobless claims are higher than expected. And I guess the logic is more people out of work, less people spending. Less people spending means businesses lower prices. Businesses lower pricing equals better inflation problems. That's been pretty consistent. But it hasn't been. Let me go back. It hasn't been the most consistent, but we've seen it happen a decent amount at least. But sometimes it's just the opposite. Sometimes lower jobless claims equal positive response. Sometimes higher jobless claims equal negative response. And so, yeah, it's one of those really up in the air reports. We also have the Philly Fed Index today as well. So we have the Philly Fed Index. It's a manufacturing index. And so if you don't know what the Philly Fed Index is at home, guys, the Philly Fed Index measures the relative level of business conditions among manufacturers. So above 0 indicates improving conditions. Below 0 indicates worsening conditions in manufacturing. And so the expected number here today is minus 19.8, basically minus 20 essentially. So basically they're projecting much more worsening conditions in manufacturing. So that is kind of a important thing to understand today. That drops at 8:30 as well. So that drops in about 50 minutes as well. And then we also have existing home sales coming out later on at 10 a.m. Expected at 4.3 million. 4.3 million is what they're expecting. So, and then tomorrow we have Jerome Powell interviewing the ex-Fed chairman Bernanke. So that'll be big too. And usually Jerome Powell speeches are our largest streams. So that'll be fun to watch. Man,
Bernanke had a tough job. Oof. He was in charge during 2008. Oh yeah. That was fun watching how he handled everything.
Yeah, man. Honestly, the Fed chairman's a tough job, dude. It really is a tough job.
It'll be an interesting interview there.
Yeah. Yeah, so
yeah, so I had 2 leaks in my house. I fixed one in my kitchen, and then it took me a while to log in this morning because we've got a new one in a bathroom upstairs. But I'll fix that. I'll fix that one later today. But it just home ownership is awesome, and it's also annoying,
stressful. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, for sure. Cute says, have you thought about buying Japanese stocks? Last month, April, a ton of foreign poured into that market. No, I haven't. I generally stick to what I know, and I don't know that market. The only thing I know there is Nintendo stock. That's always an interesting one. Yeah, well, when Pokemon Go came out, Nintendo stock ripped up like 20%, and so there's some little sympathy trades that you can get involved with big game announcements for Nintendo. What's the Nintendo symbol, guys? Does anybody know? Because I knew.
So I decided to buy it just because I like Nintendo. I haven't even looked into their financial health or anything like that. But yeah, we can look that one up. But they just released Zelda 2, which is supposed to be the best game ever.
Yeah, so here's
Tears
Nintendo.
of the Kingdom.
Yeah, so here's Nintendo. So when did that game come out? It came out recently. It's been on a big tear back up. Okay, gotcha. But see, this is an OTC stock. This is Nintendo ADR. So, so this isn't actual Nintendo stock. It's just an OTC stock.
I know these Japanese stocks have been hot, but I was trying to figure out what happened to Suzuki the other day. And I really didn't find any news, but it kind of crashed. And it looks like it's did it recover? Yeah, it recovered though. It was weird. It went down like I guess 15% and then bounced back up 10.
Nice. Yeah, so Suzuki, it's been so long since I know they have motorcycles, but that's about all. I know they used to do cars too, but I'm still a little bit, again, I always try to stick with what I know. So like I'll buy Disney a lot because I know Disney. I know Star Wars and Marvel and ESPN. Sometimes I'll buy like Endeavor, which is the UFC parent company. I think it's EDR is the symbol. Yeah, so it's EDR. They've been pretty flat though since they IPO'd. They haven't really moved much since they IPO'd. But so Walmart.
I was just going to ask, what is this? Can you explain what is this Nintendo ADR? Like it's not quite a stock, but it is. What were you saying?
So this is just a pink sheet OTC Nintendo stock. It's not the real Nintendo company. Let me see. I don't think
you just found another one that wasn't it, but they do have a stock.
Well, no, I think this is Nintendo, but I think it's their version of a US stock, but it's OTC. So I'm trying to see the Japanese stock. So yeah, the Japanese stock Nintendo is
Oh, I see.
a different symbol. So this is the American listing, but it's an OTC listing. The Japanese version of it is it's called 7974JP. But yeah, so in Japanese, the Nintendo stock is worth about $6,000, $6,043. So much higher there. This is the OTC. It's NTDOY, and it's had a good couple years. Like you can kind of see when this thing it's been listed on the OTC market since 2012, so over a decade now. And again, I'm trying to think
for us beginners, like what's the difference between OTC and a normal stock?
OTC is just penny stocks. It's pink sheets. So you ever seen The Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah.
So whenever he gets laid off from his big job on Wall Street, and he has to go to kind of like that little bitty strip mall firm where they're selling like garbage to garbage men, is what he said. They were selling pink sheets. So like basically, there's less vetting done for pink sheets in the U.S. They're crappier companies. They're worse companies. They're pumped up a lot more and dumped this. So this is where like pump and dumps happen a lot of the time. These are just terrible companies most of the time. Nintendo's not, of course, but they're just less vetting that's done with OTC.
Is the fact that they're technically a Japanese stock, I guess foreign stocks become OTC, or how's that work?
Not always. It just depends on what they do. So there's less regulatory requirements for OTC stocks. There's less vetting that's done. Like to get listed, they're not major exchange listed. So they're not listed on the NASDAQ, or they're not listed on the New York Stock Exchange. So these are just less. These are stocks that either can't or don't get listed on the major exchanges. So these are just not major exchange listed stocks. So a lot of times you'll see stocks that have like they'll be worth like a quarter of a penny, or they'll be worth like 0.00001 cent or whatever it is. And so they're just it's the market of more like smaller companies that have less less name value, they're not exchange listed in major exchanges, and so there's more manipulation. They're usually worse, smaller companies. I'll look up the actual definition.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're just worse companies. They're what Jordan Belfort sold to people when he got laid off of his big Wall Street job, is because so it is it's just a smaller exchange, Over the counter is what OTC stands for over the counter. It's a decentralized market in which market participants trade stocks, commodities, currencies, or other instruments. But yeah, usually these are the stocks that couldn't make it on the major exchanges.
So it's decentralized. It's like DeFi for stocks.
Kind of. It's basically
not really. But.
Yeah, well, it's basically where all the stocks go that can't get listed on the major exchanges. So, like, if they can't get listed on the NASDAQ, they can't get listed on the New York Stock Exchange. They go to the pink sheets. And again, the split, like the reason Jordan Belfort traded these is because the commissions, like if you trade on the NASDAQ, the commissions as a stockbroker would be like 1%. The commissions for OTC markets are 50%. So it's like basically Jordan Belfort, if he talks somebody into buying these crappy companies, he would earn 50%. So if he talks somebody into buying $10,000 worth of a stock, of an OTC stock over the phone, he got to keep $5,000 of that, So he would basically just call a bunch of people, talk them into it, promise them the world, and then the company would fail. And that's how Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street, grew into what he eventually became. So, but yeah, guys, so we got 40 minutes here, 40 minutes. There's Nintendo. It's up. We also have Walmart. We did buy Walmart. Baba. So Alibaba dropped numbers. Again, I'm very hesitant to buy this, though. The reason I'm hesitant, it's right around the previous closing price, though. But the reason I'm hesitant is because, again, the CCP and Jack Ma have had issues historically. And that's actually where Baba started to really fail. And it was in the middle of the 2020 craziness, too. But basically what happened is that Jack Ma came out critical of the CCP. And since they basically control everything over there, they basically bumped them down a peg. And Alibaba ended up losing a large chunk of its value over that time. Since then, it basically dropped from $320s down to $90 a share now. So because of that, I'm always very hesitant to buy this. No, I do think there's some optimism moving forward because I don't even know if Jack Ma is the majority owner anymore. I have to look it up. So with them in charge, they're going to want it to do well, as well as the fact that like after 2020 failed, after 2020, nobody was ordering stuff. There were so many restrictions with regards to shipping and stuff like that in 2020 that now that that's kind of over and past, it might give them a little moment of opportunity to rebound and regain value. If you guys don't know what Alibaba is, and sorry, Ben, if I'm talking too much.
It's like a worldwide eBay based in China.
Well,
but you can go straight to wholesalers, though.
Sure. Yeah, that's exactly right.
I love that. I love Alibaba I'm not talking about the stock, but to buy things. But then even before 2020 and now, the issue is you can get something for 10% of what it costs here. But how much is it going to cost to ship from China to here? So that's what you got to be careful of. But go ahead.
No. All I was going to say was that, most of Amazon sellers, like when you buy something on Amazon, it's very likely that the person you're buying it from is getting it from Alibaba. So they're getting it shipped from China on Alibaba. And again, like Ben said, what a lot of people start businesses like this. They contact, let's just use yoga mats. This is what I always use as the example. Say you want to start a yoga mat business, and you want to sell those yoga mats on Amazon. And so you contact somebody on Alibaba and you say, hey, I'll buy, if you want to buy like 100 yoga mats, they're going to be like $6 a piece, and plus shipping. But if you buy 1,000 or 3,000, they might go all the way down to like $1.50 to $2 per mat. And they will ship them for that much. And so when you buy a bulk, the shipping is going to be less worrisome. Like it's going to be less significant of an impact in the business. And so, a lot of people say you wanted to start that business. They'll stamp. You can even say, hey, I'll pay you 50 cents extra per yoga mat if you stamp this logo on it. And so then they'll ship you those 1,000 yoga mats to you. And so you're getting those yoga mats after shipping. You're probably getting them for like $4 to $4.50 a mat. And then you're listing it on Amazon for $20. That's how people start Amazon businesses. And that's how they start their own kind of private label is what it's called, brand, from buying things from overseas. And there's tons of different products you could choose from on Alibaba. There's yoga mats, there's tea tree oil, there's all these different things.
I bought like 300 Yeti knockoffs, but instead of Yeti, I put applywithben.com on there.
Oh, nice.
And I got the cups, like these Yeti cups were like,
how'd they do?
20 bucks. I just gave them to like as closing gifts. So they're normally, if you buy them from Yeti, they're like 20 bucks back in the day or whatever it was. I got these cups for $2 a piece, but then shipping was $5. So I got them labeled with my label for $7 instead of nothing, no label on there.
Yeah, that's great.
A different company for 20. So that's I don't know how it is recently, but those 300 I still have. I'll give you one. I still have like 20 left or something.
Hey, I'll take it, man. But yeah, or go ahead.
A friend of mine started a golf studio and bought like 3,000 golf balls that are basically the exact same thing as the golf balls that you can buy in the store. And he just put his studio name on there. I mean, there's so many things you can do, but I think the private label thing to market small businesses is one of the best things you can do with Alibaba.
Yeah, for sure. It's good. And again, you can get stuff for very cheap if you buy it in bulk. And with that said, Alibaba up to $91 here, $91. And so we'll see if it keeps moving. Again, we're in Walmart. We're in 30 shares of this. But I'm going to give it time. I want to give this time to run. Jobless claims come out in about 35 minutes, guys. About 35 minutes for jobless claims. And so Palantir to 11 by the end of the week. Yeah, Palantir's been running.
Isn't that a meme stock?
Kind of. It's been a stock that I've seen a lot.
Yeah, it's one of the more solid ones. But that was back in the GameStop days. That one was blowing up.
Well, Kathy Wood bought a bunch of this one recently. That's what's making the big turn. I think it had good earnings. Chat, y'all might be able to correct me, but recently it had some good catalysts come out. I know it's been running up a lot. So it back on the 3rd of May, so a couple weeks ago, it was at 730s. It's now at 1020s, and so it's up 50% or so.
Yeah, it's down compared to a couple of years ago or whatever it was, but it was just it's a solid company. It was just so overvalued back then. I thought because it was hyped up, and it wasn't. Was it GameStop era? Yeah, no, this 2020.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
This looks like a better buy. I mean, I don't know. I can't say that type of stuff, but it's not as overvalued as it used to be because it's not being hyped right now.
Yeah, I mean, originally this thing was all the way at $45, and again, that kind of happens with like squeezes. People always got mad at me that I said it wrong, and I would say at a different time. I would say Palantir. I would say all these different names. And apparently, how you say it now, I know for sure is Palantir is how you say it. But everybody used to get mad at me because I would say I said the name wrong. So I learned, and never again will I get it wrong. Second quarter, good earnings. Okay, great company. Getting get into the S&P by the end of the year. We'll see, man. I mean, I hope you're right. I hope y'all make some money. I really do. Yeah, government contract. Lewis says. Temu is cutting into Baba at pawn. So is that like another version of Alibaba? So it must be another version of it. I'm not sure.
I haven't heard it. What is it? Temu?
Temu, Temu. Sounds like another version of it. Oh, it is. Yeah, so it definitely is. Are there just less fees? I'm assuming it's less fees. Yeah, it's interesting. You can kind of see what the big things coming out are. You know, there's a. That's a good idea.
How do I like being a mortgage broker? Well, it's all I've ever done, really.
Yeah,
I've done it for 20 years. I like it. It's I like the education part. I like the of clients, you know, first-time home buyers, second-time home buyers. I like the fact there's no ceiling on my head, so I can grow my business as big as I want it. And my success is directly correlated to how much work and how good I am at it. But it can be stressful at times. But yeah, I love being a mortgage broker.
Yeah, man, it sounds pretty cool. You know, sales job, but again, ceiling can be really high for stuff like that. So
it's half sales, half operations, though.
Yeah, got to just be efficient. You know, I guess.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit of both.
Yeah,
that's what I like about it.
Yeah, cheaper main stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's all cheap. I mean. That's the whole point. I mean, that's why people go to it. But a lot of the stuff y'all buy on Amazon is from overseas. You know, Palantir has $3 million in the bank, no debt. We bought a bunch of things from Temu for our shop, a lot less on shipping. Well, yeah, there's less competition for buyers on the new website. So. Hey guys, real quick, have y'all ever heard of a crypto platform called Finteria? Finteria. I got an email. Let me
Finteria.
Yeah, Finteria.
I have never heard that one. Binary options trading platform. Oh, yeah.
No, binary options are sketchy at best. You know,
can you tell us what those are?
Well, binary options are basically options that they simplify option contracts. So basically that you either they give you a specific price and you can bet yes or no that whatever symbol you're trading is going to close over or under that by a given point in time. And it sounds really easy and it simplifies trading, but the problem in it is that your risk reward is you're paying for that simplicity. Your risk and reward is consistently less than 1-to-1 ratio. And so, you know, if you bet yes, if you win, you might win, you know, $85. If you bet $100, if you win, you might win another $85. If they win, you lose your full 100. And so it's like a 0.85 to 1 reward to risk ratio. And so consistently having bad odds, and they're pumped a lot by like affiliates and stuff like that. So you consistently have pretty bad odds in those markets. And again, a lot of the time it brings in like new traders that don't know any better to do it. But yeah, it's not something that you necessarily want to do, guys.
Hey, this is how they advertise on their site. Earn up to 90% in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but the problem is you lose up to 100%. Yeah. It's the problem. And so, you know, and again,
I'm in 90% in 30 seconds. Let's do it.
A clever way to phrase that, you know, a clever way. But that's my point. Is like they want to sponsor me. I'm very careful.
Well, we're plugging them too much right now. So
honestly, we absolutely are. I should even say. Don't hate me, Finteria. I'm not talking bad about you. I'm just not gonna accept your sponsorship. I just get so many emails, dude. I'm not trying to act like I'm just the most popular guy ever, but I get so many. Half of them I'm sure are scams, but I get so many people that are like, "Hey, you know, let us sponsor you." But I'm happy with my sponsors right now. Baba push it up though. Baba at $92. So Baba did rebound all the way. And what's interesting is that both Walmart and Alibaba posted better than expected results. So they posted better than expected EPS, better than expected sales. Some of the stuff from Baba, like the reason Baba reacted negatively was because it's going to branch off on one of its assets and IPO one of its assets. So I think, so they're going to branch off.
Sometimes I just watch your stream just to listen to the music in the background. Just full disclosure. No, I really.
A lot of people do.
A
lot of people do, man. And it's funny because it's like every now and then we'll get somebody that just hates the music. They'll be like, "Oh, I can't stand this. Turn the music off." And then I'll ask everybody. I'll say, "Hey guys, do y'all want me to turn the music off?" And then everybody will just say, "No, no, 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 no." And so it's usually just kind of one guy that really hates the music for whatever reason and wants me to turn it off. But yeah, never heard of that crypto, but I'm always. What crypto? Oh, binary options are like scratch offs. Yeah, no. Yeah, Pawn, you still got to get beat up in UFC 4, man. UFC 4 is the one game I'm still really good at. The problem is like a new one's gonna come out soon, and I'm gonna lose all my skill in the new one. But I've gotten to like the top 100 on UFC 4 before. I'll also play MLB The Show when I have time. I don't have time to play as much as I used to, though. I play with my kids now more. Ben's a big gamer, too.
Well, I mean, I was back in the day, and then I took like 10 years off. But now that I have 3 boys,
you got to play now.
Yeah, I mean, we're all about just. I mean, right now it's that Zelda thing, but also Minecraft. I don't really like Minecraft though.
I never got into it either. I think you have to grow up with it. Jack is a big Minecraft guy, but it was way past when I played games. I was Halo, so I was like early 2000s gamer.
I was NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat, NFL Blitz, Street Fighter 2. Oh no, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. I mean, nobody could beat me.
Yeah, I remember those. Those were fun. I played all those too. I played Mortal Kombat Blitz. NFL Blitz was so much fun, man.
Well, nobody could beat me other than my friend David's little brother. That guy was just a little bit better at Tony Hawk, but I was really good at that one. I love that one.
No, I remember my friends and I thought we were good at Halo. So we thought we were like really good at Halo. And so we went to my other friend's house, and this was like this really quiet, nerdy kid with glasses. And we were like, oh yeah, we're going to beat this kid. And we played him in free for all in Halo. And that kid just destroyed all of us, man. He bumped us down a peg. We thought we were good until we played this one kid. It was my friend Bo's cousin or somebody. I don't remember who he was, but he was good. Been a while though. Jack likes to play Halo, but I'll play online, but the new ones I haven't played at all, so it's just been so long. What's up, Beach Bum? Yeah, good luck, man. All right, we have 25 minutes, guys. 25 minutes. Are we selling?
What stock can we check out right now, like a new one, or what can we look at here?
I'm looking at the market right now. So the SPY is now pulling back, but the SPY is breaking, recent highs here. So the SPY broke out of this range. If we look at the market's been so sideways for the last like week straight. It's been kind of hard to trade because you can see like here's the S&P 500. It's just been up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down, and it's been like that since. Let me see. So it's been like this all the way back since. Really, the choppiness started on the 3rd. So it's been like that for 2 weeks. We've had essentially just a flat market. A lot of people are hoping that we're finally going to break out of that now. So like if you look at this here, a lot of people are hoping that we're going to break out of this, that yesterday's big push up is going to help us finally start to get some type of volatility. And maybe jobless claims will combat that too. But I think we got the high up here at 417s on the SPY. So we're at about 416s now, but we got pretty close to that this morning. And so if we look at this, so we got up to 416.50 or so. So hopefully we bounce at the 200 EMA. You can see the 200 EMA around right here. Hopefully we bounce back up and we start to make those presses, but I think jobless claims will influence it a lot. So we'll see. But the market
how like Facebook and your phone have ears, and you can just talk about something and it'll start popping up on your phone or whatever. It's basically just cookies. But probably because I'm on here a little bit more and just Googling this type of stuff, somebody's advertisement popped up the other day, and I'm still learning some of this stuff too. So he was just saying that if you really want to learn how to trade and like get started and everything, and I want your thoughts on this. He was just saying you should pretty much just trade the SPY in the beginning. But what do you think about that?
I think it depends. I think the SPY is just the S&P 500, and so the SPY, and I've traded a little bit of everything. I have the best results trading the SPY, but I really think it varies because I think it can be good, it can be bad. I think the SPY can be choppy and not do anything, where other individual stocks can move a lot. Or I think the SPY can have consistently good volume. But I think it really depends. I think I prefer the SPY more than anything else. And I think a lot of what happens to traders is that they'll get started, and because they have small accounts, they'll gravitate more to like penny stocks. And penny stocks are kind of the worst thing you can trade. They have the least consistent results. You kind of have to search for a new one every day, but yet like a lot of traders are just gravitated towards that. And I think the SPY is going to be a lot easier to learn. And in that regard, futures, like the futures market, is going to be a lot easier to learn because the futures market, you can essentially trade the SPY, but there's no PDT rule, right? So you can basically freely trade the futures market with no PDT restrictions. Like if you try to trade the SPY and you have less than 25,000 in a margin account, you're not going to be able to trade more than 3 times a week. You can only buy and sell as a full round trip 3 times a week if you try to do the SPY. So the futures market is probably a little bit better, where it's like if you want to trade the market without, if you want to trade the SPY or the S&P, it's probably better to just trade the futures market. If you want to check out Top Step, again, I'm biased in their favor, of course. I'm not trying to segue into too big of a plug, but if you want to try it out, you can try out Top Step and try to get funded for much less than you would. But yeah, I would, if I could start over, I'd probably do that. But it depends, it depends.
Hey, I've got another question I meant to ask you.
Hold on. Before we get off of this real quick. I do want to say this. So, one of the things that I heard, and it's actually scarier regarding like getting those ads about recent things that you've talked about. One of the things I heard is that they are not actually listening to what you're saying, so that your microphone isn't picking anything up. Actually, it's actually more scary than that. So they say that your mic isn't actually picking things up, but the crazy part is that it's not your mic picking things up. It's actually them predicting by your actions on the internet what you're going to buy next, or what you have the highest likelihood of buying next. And so it's not that they're listening through your mic, it's that they are accurately predicting your behavior to a point where they know what you're going to want to buy next, and they put you those ads out there. And so I read that somewhere, that they're not listening, but they're just predicting what you're doing through an algorithm based off of your own behavior. And I thought that was scarier than the mic thing too, because if that's true, that means their predictive calculations are incredibly accurate.
I golfed the other day with a guy whose son works for Amazon, and that's his job, is to do that predictive stuff. So yeah, that's like a career too, is like helping companies predict what you're going to buy.
Sure.
It is kind of scary though. But like you go to a football game and then they see your location, and then they predict that because you have, I don't know, a 10-year-old little kid, that he's going to join a football camp or something like that. I don't know. Just that's random stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is scary, man. They're getting really good at predicting it. And again, a lot of people think you're listening, or they're listening to you. And I don't know. But again, I think that makes a lot of sense, is that they're looking at your behavior and they're predicting what you're going to buy. And with that said, Baba, rip it up, guys. Baba up to 92. We got less than 20 minutes now before jobless claims in the Philly Fed Index. So less than 20 minutes here, team. So we'll see what we get.
So I was going to ask you, do you follow the Treasury at all, the 10-year?
I try. I follow it a little bit, just based off of like what everything else is doing.
Well, I guess then not this question then, but what do you think is the best after hours Treasury like numbers? Just Market Watch or something like that, or?
You could use Benzinga. You can use Market Watch. Bloomberg is kind of my go-to, but it varies. I think you could use a lot of different ones. Yeah,
the mortgage rates and 10-year act very similarly, so I follow that after hours a lot.
Yeah.
Let's see, 10-year.
Like if you look up Bloomberg, I always like Bloomberg's version of it, where you can kind of see the different yields and stuff like that. tips, treasury yields, Fed rates, municipal bonds. And I'll put this link up in the description if you guys want to see what this is. So bullish. Is there ever going to be an entry? I don't know, man. I bought up a little bit of Disney on the pullback, and that's been treating me pretty well. Again, Baba flying up here now. And again, are you guys going to buy? Are you guys ready to buy stuff ahead of this? So far, we asked people, does Walmart beat earnings? 62% of people said yes. We're going to do another poll here. Does jobless claims come in higher or lower than expected? Higher, lower.
Oh, let me see what my guy says. Oh, you're doing a poll. Okay. Sometimes I get this stuff sent to me. Let me see what the experts say. But this might not be big enough news for them to predict.
Somebody said, do y'all really believe they are close to an agreement on the debt ceiling? I don't know if I believe them yet. I don't know. I think they'll get it done, but I think we have a couple weeks for that.
I think they are. They're just so dramatic. It'll probably be May 31st at midnight, or if there's 31 days in May. Sure. It'll probably be the night before at midnight. I mean, they wait forever.
Yeah, they got to make the climax and make everybody nervous.
Yeah, each side wants to get as much as they possibly can, so they'll hold out as long as possible. But I mean, I don't see everybody being. I mean, we need to improve our government and Fed and whatever. You know, we could do better, but they're not that dumb. They're not that dumb. they're not going to let it default. They're going to come to some agreement.
Yeah, they sensationalize it a lot. You know, get people nervous. That's kind of how it goes. You know,
it's news. Ratings.
Yeah. So Baller says Target had been the first to perfect that methodology. There's a famous story of a dad that found out his daughter was pregnant from what she was buying at Target. Yeah, I believe that.
That's funny.
That's bad news for a dad, but hey, I get it. All right. So 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. A little bit over 15 minutes here. So we'll see. We'll see what today's numbers show. We definitely got a little bit better volume than we did yesterday. Yesterday was slow. But today we're getting a lot more people here already. We have like 5:30, 5:20, 5:30 people here already. And we still got about 20 minutes or so for the numbers to drop. Again, the expected numbers, I'll put this number on screen. We got Walmart numbers up. And I know Ben was going to talk about what his experts were saying. So I'll just cover this real quick. We got jobless are expected at 254. Philly's expected at basically minus 20. So that's what we got today.
I'm still logging in. I have so many passwords.
Yeah, all good, man. No worries. I do too, honestly. You know. So Walmart did drop their numbers. Let me post this here, and then I'll try to put Alibaba up as well. But yeah, Baba beat on everything too. So. So here's Alibaba. So yeah, Baba showed 156, beat 135 estimates. Sales of 30.3, beat the 30.2 estimates. And then Walmart showed. Hey, thank you, Pawn. I appreciate it. Walmart saw. Okay, so. The reason Walmart reacted negatively, just to put this out there, is that Walmart had lower guidance than expected. So they posted 168 adjusted EPS guidance for the second quarter versus 171 estimates. And so guidance is future projections. For the second quarter, they came in slightly under expected numbers here. And again, we are going to put all these numbers up on screen here. Seven beat the 135 estimates.
Damn.
Walmart 132 estimates. Lower this. Yeah, Walmart ended up posting revenue of 152.3. All right, guys. So yeah, you can see Walmart dipping down. It's still at 151. I think we're pretty. We're down a little bit. Baba just ripping up. I should have bought that dip. Honestly, I was thinking about it at 89s. Ended up waiting a little bit too long to take it, but again, all this numbers drop at 8:30 here, guys. We got 8:30. We got about 15 minutes left.
7:30 Texas time.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got 13 minutes or so. Again, Walmart posted, let me see. Walmart expected 148.7.
Yeah, there's nothing. They didn't say anything about these numbers today.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, so these numbers drop weekly. So jobless claims drop once a week. So every week, jobless claims numbers come out. Philly Fed drops once a month, though. So the Philly Fed index does drop once a month. So generally, like this drops weekly. You buy any Disney down here at the low 90s? Yeah, I am in Disney. We're very green on Disney in the last couple of days of market activity. So Disney, we've kind of scaled into that one, but Disney's up really nicely. So we've already bought it.
Hey, people are talking about me. What is this?
Yeah, he's gonna get whoever it was is gonna get banned. You know, he said good things about you.
No.
He tried to say I was dishonest. So I mean, look, he's just gonna get booted out of here. No, not worth dealing with him.
Well, I mean, he might be just joking.
Nah, look, they're just trying to troll here. Again, I've never seen them before, and so they're really just trying to get a reaction. So I'm just gonna ignore them completely. It's probably the best move. Yeah, Ben's good. Ben's good though. Yeah, see, look, they all come in here at one time and say the same thing. How weird is that, man? That's so strange, dude. It's like weird bot attacks, man. Is what my guess is.
What is this, Dan? He's saying something about you see that comment? After hours, I noticed this. What is that, dollar I year? What is that?
The dollar index?
Is that what? Okay, dollar index.
Oh, wait. What is it?
Well, he said 7:16 a.m.
Yeah.
I guess that's the dollar index.
Let me see. The IYR?
I don't know what that. What is
yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what that is either. But yeah, guys. I mean, listen. If y'all can't tell, for whatever reason, which is so strange, I guess. It's like, what are the odds that 6 or 7 different people show up and say exactly the same thing, completely independent to each other at the same time? The odds of that are incredibly low. Honestly, it's really weird running a channel on the internet because it's like people pay for these things. Somebody's got to be paying for them to
But why though? Why would somebody do that? Like,
most likely because they got banned a long time ago and they're still kind of butthurt from it. Is most likely.
They get on Fiverr.
Yeah,
Fiverr
that's
and
exactly
pay some
what
little
happened.
kids to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And again, like you see all of them show up together at once. And it's just weird, dude. Again, it's just fake accounts. But you know, again, yeah, too much time on their hands, man. Again, for whatever reason, what's really going on is like, for whatever reason, my channel makes them insecure, and so misery loves company, so they're just gonna try to put me down any way they can. And listen, let it out, guys. I'll be your therapist here. I really will. You know, I'll be your therapist. I'll be your Huckleberry. You know. Anyways. Yeah, probably.
Coin doing good?
Yeah, it's the same person.
Coinbase?
100%. Coinbase, I don't know. Coinbase is going to be pegged too much to Bitcoin. And so I've always been, again, with the SEC going after centralized exchanges. We got 10 minutes, guys, 10 minutes. But with the SEC going after centralized exchanges, I'm just nervous to put too much weight in Bitcoin, you know, right now. I think Bitcoin, it might be on another bull run. It's had a really good year. And again, I think I was nervous when it hit 14.9 thousand. I was really nervous when it did that.
Yeah, I think that I don't know. If you look at the charts between the last bull run, they had a little run up. Like we're at 28 now. I think it was lower back then. You know, it's like it went up, went down for a while, and then there was one more little hump, and then went way down.
Right.
If you compare the charts, I don't know if that made sense what I just said, but basically that 28 that we just hit, that was, if you put the charts over each other, that 28 was that last hump before it goes way down, and then it'll go up to 100 or whatever. But
yeah, for sure.
But this is just looking at the charts, like the 4-year to the 4-year, because it halves every 4 years, that type of thing. I'm not saying it will.
Right, for sure. And Ben, I just want to clarify this. They're saying positive things about you, but they're also in the same sentence trying it. So
they like you more. They like you more. That's why they're allowed to like troll you a little bit, though. So
no, it's all good. All I'm saying is like they might be saying positive things about you. I know they might be saying good things about you. I'm gonna ban them anyway because they're saying negative things about me. So I hope you understand. As long as you're okay with that.
But I like these people though. They like me. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, it's all good.
Do what you got to do.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the easiest way, some pawn recommended. I'm just gonna throw it in sub only mode because these are fake accounts creating accounts and just trying to troll me. So I'm just gonna usually throwing it in sub only modes the way to combat that. And yeah, we're still in Walmart. SPY is dumped under the 200 EMA. So the SPY is actually breaking down a little bit, giving back some of its gains from the last few days. So look at the SPY go down to 415.70s. I think the big level to watch here, guys, is the previous closing price at 415.20s. I think that's the level, Yeah, I'm ignoring them. I was just, I didn't, the reason I said that, the reason I brought it back up is because I didn't want Ben to get upset that I was banning people that were saying positive things about him, and I think that was their strategy.
Like I'm going to notice anyway. How am I going to even know?
Yeah, for sure. Well, no,
affirmation. I need some affirmation.
Listen, bro, listen, I'll say good things about you, bro. I'll say good things, Nah, you're one of the good guests we've had for sure. Yeah, I may just ignore these dorks. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. Don't buy Baba. Yeah, I mean, Baba's ripping up though. I should have bought Baba. I was thinking about buying Baba at like at $90 or so, like right here, or at 89. And again, because that's a strategy I use a lot. We got 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes. A strategy I use a ton is like waiting for stocks that have relatively good earnings to dip, because sometimes you'll get like this big emotional reaction down here. This big emotional reaction, and then a lot of the time, these dips get bought up, I guess, by traders like me. Hey, thank you, Piper. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Nvidia. What do you think about Nvidia, Ben? Nvidia is
I think it's like an amazing company. I think it's like it's going to be like Exxon Mobil or something someday because chips are so important. But I just think it's so freaking like the price is so expensive right now. It just seems like it's ready for a dip or something.
It's up so much.
I'm not getting it.
Yeah, it's up like 200% or 300% in the last like 7 months, and so it's just up so much. I think it's a strong company. Like I agree with you. Like I think it's a good company, but I think I agree exactly with you, which is that I think it's up too much short term for me to want to buy it. Nvidia OP, it only goes up. Yeah. I mean, listen, Nvidia, I think the ETH merge affected Nvidia, as well as Intel. I bought Intel a while back, and Intel hasn't really moved at all. But AMD is another chip stock that's been running up too. It's at 105.40s here. So, like, if you look at AMD,
same thing, yeah.
Yeah, AMD again. These tech booms, man, they've just been ripping up. Again, since October, they all hit their lows in October. Nvidia's up like over 100% since October too. How about the new IPO for which one, Ed? Cisco? Didn't Cisco drop earnings recently? It's down a lot. Yeah, so they must have missed on their earnings, I guess. Don't short Nvidia. Yeah, I'm not going to short it. I'm just not going to buy it right now. I don't know what that is, Trader Mike. I really don't know what that is, brother. Like, again, it might be good. Again, never heard of it. Any 5 symbol stock, I'm usually just gonna avoid it because there's too much risk there.
So we got 4 minutes or so.
We got
up today.
Yeah, so we got 3.5 minutes actually. So this timer might be a little bit off. So I'm just gonna take it off. So yeah, we got about 3.5 minutes for jobless claims. Bro, my guy's just creating so many accounts, dude. I just got to keep on banning them, dude. You can tell by the timetable. You can tell by the timetable. It's like fake account, ban. Creates another account, says exactly the same thing, ban. You know, Virgin Orbit. What is that, Trader Mike?
Sounds like passenger orbits on aircraft. I don't know, what is it?
Yeah, space. Well, space is the Virgin Mobile billionaire guy. I can't remember his name. He created space as a company, but I just don't trust that either. I think there's just too much risk. We got 2.5 minutes, guys. 2.5 minutes.
If claims are high, it's slightly bearish. It's just all depends on what it is compared to expectations, like everything.
Sure. Well, it also has to do with inflation numbers. So like inflation, it depends on what the market is fearing. Like if the market is fearing inflation, it's going to want it's going to want higher jobless claims, and higher jobless claims might make the market react positively if the market's really fearing an inflation more than a recession. So it really depends, right? But if the market's fearing inflation more, if it's a time where CPI, for instance, comes in like much higher than expected, a lot of the time higher jobless claims numbers will equal a worse market response, and vice versa. But now, like conventionally, lower jobless claims is better. It means more economic growth, you know, because like recession definition, at least modern day now, at least, is that is high unemployment and 2 consecutive losing GDP quarters. And so with that, like jobless claims numbers are kind of like another unemployment, basically. So that's the reason you want to pay attention to it. It's kind of like another form of unemployment.
All right, we need to stay on task. But that Virgin Orbit, it looks like they just went bankrupt and got acquired. And
yeah.
That is, yeah. But,
oh, right. Did they really? Space? Yeah, we got 1 minute, guys.
Virgin Orbit. But yeah, let's talk about. Let's watch these numbers.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna get all my sources ready. Again, subscribe if you haven't yet. Hit the notification bell if you haven't. We got these numbers dropping pretty soon. I got my data up here. Well, again, thousands of people tune in for the big releases because we cover this data quickly. We got almost 1,000 people here today. And again, these numbers are expected to show at 254,000 for jobless claims. 254,000. The Philly Fed index is expected at basically -20 at -19.8. And the lesser number means the worsening manufacturing sector. We got about 30 seconds. And so again, the lower number for Philly Fed, the worse manufacturing conditions there are. Jobless claim numbers is basically unemployment. So the higher jobless claims, the less people working is what that means. And so again, guys, we got 10 to 15 seconds.
It's on.
All right, 4 seconds. Here we go. All right,
I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, all good. All right, so here is the report. I'm not seeing anything show up yet for mine. Okay, so yeah, nothing out yet. It looks like they're all a little bit late. The market hasn't really reacted either, which means that none of the numbers are out. So bear with me, guys. Still waiting for the numbers. It looks like they're a little bit late today. Okay, so the Philly Fed index came in much higher than expected. It came in at 10.4. There goes jobless claims. Jobless claims came in lower than expected at 242 versus 254 expected. 242 versus 254 expected. So lower than expected jobless claims. Basically, more people working. The Philly Fed index came in at -10.4 versus -19.8 expected. So it basically came in half as low as expected. And jobless claims came in lower than expected as well. So these are good for economic growth. So these are all positive for economic growth. You can see the market and the SPY start to move up a little bit. I'm going to put the dollar index up as well here. I'm going to put the dollar index up as well. And the dollar index is moving up because, again, these are better for economic growth. And so the market's actually liking this. But yeah, so again, we'll put these numbers up on screen so you can see it. But again, jobless claims came in at 242 versus 254 expected. And the Philly Fed index came in at -10 versus basically -20 expected here. -10 versus -20. So we'll put jobless claims up. Again, manufacturing sector is looking a lot better. But the market doesn't necessarily love it right now, it looks like. So the market is actually dropping a little bit from this data. And again, it could be because the dollar index is moving up and inflation fears are causing the market to not react the best to this. But this is the data up. We'll put this data up on screen right now. So there is the report right here. We got over 1,000 people here. So again, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. At this price, an NVIDIA worth more than Berkshire. I don't know about that. Berkshire. The reason Berkshire is so valuable is because the long-term chart. If you look at the long-term chart, Berkshire has one of the best looking charts. I mean, the problem is it's hundreds of thousands of dollars a share for Berkshire, but it's still one of the best looking charts out there. All right, look at the market. So again, the market did not react good to the manufacturing growth and or to the less manufacturing weakness, I should say. It's not necessarily growth. But again, what this shows us right now is that initially this reaction means the market's somewhat fearing inflation still. Because this is all good for economic growth. Less people out of jobs, more people working, and also manufacturing is looking a little bit more optimistic than expected. They came in about 50% better than expected for manufacturing, as well as jobless claims numbers showed more people working than expected as well. But again, we're really in a market, and really the last 6 months, the market has seen negative responses to this because of inflation fears. And so conventionally, this data would be seen as a positive. Right now, it's showing a negative response to economic growth, I guess because of inflation. It's really interesting though to see what happens here. This could just be a quick brash reaction to the data, and it could rebound. So this isn't the biggest move, but it's certainly not a positive move so far. So yeah, something to watch here. SPY all the way down to 415.70s here. The dollar index at 103s.
Right at 7:30, my yard guy shows up with a big gas air blower right behind my window of my office. I could barely even hear you. I had to mute it.
No, it's all good. It's better than Carol, bro. A lot of the time, Carol will show up here right at 9:30, right at the opening bell. Carol will show up, or Carol will call me and be like, "Hey, baby, you need anything from the store?" And I'll just be like, "Baby, it's 9:30."
Oh, yeah. Wait, what are the chances though? At 7:30, he's 5 feet away from me, behind me. Yeah, no, that's funny.
No, during the AMC crazy pump, the lawnmowers, my neighbor used to cut his grass every day at the opening bell. Literally every day at the opening bell, he'd cut his grass. Or every other day, or every week at the same time at the opening bell on Monday, he would cut his grass. And so my chat literally knew him because he was cutting his grass every day. But so it happens. Yeah. So again, market's dropping down. Again, what this shows is that the market's still fearing inflation to a certain extent. And so the market's falling. And again, guys, if you want to check out one of our sponsors, I'm going to do a shameless plug here, but check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program for futures. It's the easiest way to trade this economic release is, again, to trade futures. There's no PDT in futures. You can day trade short in futures without restriction with less than 25K. And it's just the same as day trading stocks. You can buy market, buy bid, sell the ask. You can trade the S&P 500, which is what reacts to this economic data. If you look at the E-mini here, and then you look at the SPY, it's literally the same price action. It's the same exact thing. If we zoom out, you'll notice it's literally the exact same price action. This is the same as this. And you can day trade this middle one in futures with no PDT rule. And you can have an even lower barrier of entry in using a funded account program like TopStep, because what they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill. And if you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50 to 150K. They are the most legit one in the world. They've been around for over a decade. Once you're funded, you're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They pay out millions every year to their funded traders, and they fund thousands of traders a year. And most people are going to fail these because most day traders lose. But frankly, it's a lot cheaper to lose this than put up 10 or 15K yourself trying to trade futures. And so it's a great way to support the channel, great middle ground of pressure. And just taking these will help you turn into a better trader. So try it out. There's the link. Again, I'm biased in their favor because they're a sponsor of mine, but check them out. There's the link. And yeah, the market's breaking down a little bit here. The dollar index is moving up. You can see the dollar index going up on this good economic growth data. But again, inflation fears are causing the market to drop. Might be a little early and premature to really make a big bet. But we did gap up today, and now we're kind of pulling back some from it. So we'll give it time. Market is bullish, has been all year. Well, so far 2023 it certainly has. Market's been bullish since October of last year, really. The Dow. Let me see. What's the Dow symbol in TOS? I think it's DJI. Yeah. So the Dow is at about 33.5K for the Dow. So here's the Dow right there. So is there a Dow ETF though that lets you trade in pre-market? I know the Dow's kind of I'm sure there's got to be some type of broad market ETF. The Philly Fed number's not good. Well, it depends on what you think is good. The Philly Fed data came in at minus 10, which was way better than expected. They expected minus 20 basically. So depends on what you consider good, I guess.
So another reason I won't buy NVIDIA is because, my dad might get mad at me for saying this, but he went freaking big about 6 or 7 months ago into NVIDIA.
Oh, man.
I'm going to tell him to probably... No, dude, have you looked at the chart?
No, I see it. It's great.
Yeah, he probably needs to start scaling out a little bit. I don't know. Maybe you just stay into it. But...
Yeah, I mean,
he's real private though, so
yeah.
Like I probably shouldn't have said that. It's all good.
It's all good.
I'm bragging about you, Dad. I'm bragging.
Right. Don't get mad. It's positive things. I mean, great trade, honestly. If he got in there, great trade. Really solid. So MYM is Dow Micro Futures. Really? So can you trade it? But no, that's great, man. Again, I'm the type, I'm a discount buyer when I buy stuff. So I like buying discounts. Showing this is dry whey futures for DYM. It's not a Dow ETF, is DIA. Okay. Okay, I see. But isn't this diamonds? That's 334, so I guess it's a leveraged ETF. Yeah, I would take profit too. Tesla to run to 180 and Disney to drop again so I could buy more. It's a decline in factory activity, so there's a recession fear. This contradicts the job data, but that may be lagging. Well, but I mean, at the same time, though, you got to look at expected versus outcome, Vlad. I understand what you're saying, but I think you also have to look at expected versus outcome. And the Philly Fed Index expected basically minus 20, and they showed up at minus 10. So that's a pretty good outcome, I think, there. So that's a pretty good outcome versus expected. Came in basically 50% better than expected. So I think that's pretty good. Of course, the market's still not loving this data, but I mean, we expected minus 20 for the Philly Fed, and it's all relative to expectations a lot of the time. I think what this really means is the market's still fearing inflation to a certain extent, but I could be wrong. It could be, there's a lot of nuance from it that's, that we can talk about. So it's all good.
I'm sitting here talking on mute.
I do it.
It's like, wait,
at least once a week.
What, were you ignoring me? What's up?
Cut you off? No, that's what I do it at least once a week. Where I'll go through this big long rant about penny stocks. Or I'll go through this big spiel, and then I'll notice I'm muted, and I'll take it off and recognize that I'm muted. It happens at least once a week. It used to happen a lot more when I had more guests. Sometimes I would just kind of be talking, and people would have to say, "Hey, bro, you're muted, man." So yeah, market volume's down a lot though. So sales numbers come out at 10, Kim. So they come at 10. But market volume's light. We had over 1,000 people here for jobless claims, but it's just less interested in the market. I think kids are out of school, and that could influence it.
So those have two different reactions to the market, right? So there was less jobless claims, and then manufacturing was weak. Is that what it was?
Right. So
it's
manufacturing, well, it depends. So like manufacturing was better than expected. So like they expected -20, and like the more negative it is, the worse manufacturing is. And so they expected -20, and ended up showing at -10. And so it came in
stronger.
Right.
Compared to expectations, they were both stronger than everybody thought. Okay, yeah.
Right, exactly. So the only lot, so and again, I might be wrong here. I really don't know. But I guess the only logic I can see from this is that the market still worries about inflation. You know, because if inflation fears are there, like during the peak inflation problems where CPI was coming in really hot, everybody was worried about inflation. Gas prices were through the roof, and they've settled down a little bit. During that point in time, we had a very obvious negative correlation with jobless claims. You know, so like the higher jobless claims numbers would be, the better the market would respond. So like jobless claims would come in much higher than expected, and the market would fly up. Same thing with GDP as well. So like GDP would come in high, and the market would respond negatively. You know, so like there were a couple months there where inflation fears just had the market reacting inverse to convention. You know, where the market would go down on economic growth because of inflation fears, and the market would go up on economic weakness. And I think that's kind of what we're still seeing here with jobless claims, where the market is still somewhat fearing inflation, but I think it's certainly a little bit more mixed now versus what it was, you know, 3 or 4 months ago when we were kind of in that peak inflationary, you know, market.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So another chip-related stock other than AMD and NVIDIA that I've been eyeing but haven't bought, but I talk about stocks all the time, and I have a friend that's buying this on a monthly basis a little bit, but it's ASE Technology, but the symbol is ASX. But it looks like it really hasn't performed like AMD and NVIDIA have lately, but I'm just always intrigued by it because it's a relatively smaller company compared to those, you know?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that one, ASX?
Yeah, I've heard of it. So ACE Technology. I've seen it. It's moving. It's not doing bad on the year. So you're talking about ASX symbol, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
ASE is the company.
Yeah. It's not doing bad on the year. It's green, you know.
Actually, it just doesn't look like it's up as much, but it went from 5 to 720 over since October. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, for
That's
sure.
really good, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's green on the year, which is better than a lot of stuff is right now. A lot of stuff's red on the year. I mean, the market's finally green on the year, but it took some time, you know. Yeah, let me look this up.
Yeah, it's not a penny stock though. It's not that small. It's just smaller than those huge ones.
Yeah, it depends on the market cap. Like a lot of stuff, like Ford, for instance, is a cheap stock, but it's not a penny stock necessarily because the market cap's much bigger.
Yeah, it's got a 14 billion market cap, that's not quite a penny stock.
Yeah, for sure.
So we've got some leading indicator numbers at 9.
Yeah, well, we have existing home sales at 9 o'clock our time, I think. So it's existing home sales. So we do have those, but that's it. So but that's not the biggest release either.
Well, mortgage applications are down 25% year over year, and we were so slow this time last year.
Yeah, for sure.
So if apps are down, then they're probably selling less homes.
Right. That's probably what's going on. I mean, I've seen the numbers drop. Mortgage rate went up as well. We came out a couple days ago, but mortgage rate went up a little bit as well, not too much. But yeah.
Well, thanks, John. You've been one of my favorite guests I've had on my show here.
Hey, man, great, man. Hey, happy to be here, bro.
Yeah, I got to run to, my real job in the real world. So
yeah, all good, man. I appreciate you coming on, man. Everybody thank Ben. Great guest. Definitely got some knowledge and real estate and everything else. So I appreciate you coming on for sure, man.
All right, dude. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. See you. Have a good day, dude. But yeah, guys. So we still got the opening bell coming out. All right. The jobless claims. Yeah, jobless claims are out. You can read it at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, I already bought the Disney dip. I'm gonna give it time to work though. I'm gonna give it time to work. How long do you plan to hold Disney? As long as it really takes. Like, I'll hold it for as long as I really need to. There's about to be a huge issue with the oil this summer. Our strategic reserve is near empty. Maybe. Hoping to make some Q calls today. Hey, good luck. Logan Fed said no data to pause rate hikes. I don't know. We got lower CPI numbers. We did get lower inflationary data. She said no data to stop rate hikes. Nothing Powell says the same tomorrow. Maybe. Yeah, but you're talking about overseas, right? So they said that stuff overseas, correct? All right, so the market just went red for the first time today. So the market just broke down and actually went red today, which is really interesting here. So we are going to be scaling up our size as well. We had a pretty good day yesterday, so we are in the green yesterday. Yeah, it's slightly delayed. Came in lower. Okay, hope they make it. 77 Dixie is a big deal. It's because of Fed President Logan. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, again, we'll see. Market is breaking down a little bit. So again, the inflation data came out today, or the jobless claims unemployment numbers came out today, and the market did not like the data here. You can kind of see jobless claims came in lower than expected, which means more people working. The Philly Fed index came in lower than expected, which means better manufacturing numbers than expected. And so in that regard, the market's still certainly fearing inflation because of this reaction here. So the market is certainly fearing inflation. Which is weird, you know. Can we see 25 basis points in June? I think there's an argument for 25 basis points. I don't know if we're going to get it or not, but I think there's an argument for 25 basis points. I don't think that the Fed could pulse, but I think there's also an argument where they couldn't. In chat, let me know what you guys think. Do y'all think the Fed will pulse rates? I think they do it. The next rate hike decision is going to be on the 14th. And so in that regard, you know, in that regard, I don't know. I think they could pause, but I think we probably still do 25 basis points. I think with this reaction today, I think there could be some more likelihood that the Fed doesn't pause because inflation fears are still out there. Because again, what this data showed us today is that inflation fears are still there. Again, if you look at jobless claims, lower than expected, more people working, right? Economic growth is what that signals. You look at the Philly Fed index, same thing. Lesser number than expected here, which is positive. You know, a more positive number than expected. So again, economic growth, stronger manufacturing sector. Yet the market still reacted negatively from all this. So the market is still down. And so because of that, the market's still fearing inflation. That's the only explanation for this reaction, is that the market is still fearing inflation to a certain extent. Yeah, so Yeah, so what Ben is saying is that one of the crypto guys that he used to stream with was in the chat a few minutes before that happened. And so he could have, sent the bots or done whatever it is. Just weird and odd. Again, regardless of that, like, what's gonna happen? Like, look, Ben is great, and I don't think Ben had anything to do with it. But again, if it's more of a hassle to bring guests on, it's one of the reasons. Like, somebody asked me before, I get a lot of people that want to come on the stream. I really do. I get a ton of people that want to come on the stream. Like, Tony wanted to come on the stream a while back as well. But it really is sometimes easy for me to just keep it solo because there's less drama. It's easier to manage sometimes too. And while I think it's actually good, we have more guests, and I think Ben is a great guest. It's yeah. My friend Market was just needing a little noise. We are super high on the range. Pullback might be game to go back down and pick right back up like yesterday. Yeah, so like I kind of got my mods checking into it. Yeah, I appreciate it, DS. Yeah, so DS. So again, my mods know, like again, my mods know that like this was coordinated for sure. It could be the person. You guys remember the person I talked about earlier? There's another, like one of the other possibilities is that the person I talked to about earlier about Lulu, it could be that guy. He could have heard me say something too. Just weird. Again, sometimes drama is good for a channel too, but sometimes it's just, Fed is pulling it all back. I don't know. I don't think the Fed's gonna pause, man. All-time high core inflation 5.9 last month. Core inflation 5.5. Well, still high. $32 million put option on SPY. If there's a 25 hike in June, the stock market might crash for a day or two, and then after that, I don't think so. I don't think the market's going to crash from a rate hike. I think, again, I think what today shows is that the market's still fearing inflation. Again, lower jobless claims numbers is better for economic growth, right? A less manufacturing number here is better for manufacturing. It's less weak. A less weak manufacturing number than expected is better for economic growth. Right. And so with the market reacting negatively to all this data, it means the market's still fearing inflation. And so what happens if the Fed comes out and they pause next? What does that mean? That means that the market could severely fear inflation moving forward, because, again, a lesser rate hike would mean less combating inflation. And so because of that, I don't know, man. I don't know what the market's going to want. I think, of course, like banks want lesser rate hikes. So banks certainly want to pause. But I don't know if we're there. I don't know if we're there. I think the market still fears inflation a lot, although gas prices have gone down a lot. So, yeah, I still think inflation is too high. Baba negative again. So Baba came all the way back down. Did it really? So Walmart's actually still up some too, trending against the market. So like the market's down. Baba basically broke all the way back down under that previous closing price too here. So Baba all the way back down under the close. Yeah, but they were expecting the decline already though, Vlad. And so it's like, yeah, we declined, but everybody knew it was going to decline this month as well, unless it came in wildly better than expected. I mean, it came in 50% better than expected, but everybody was kind of expecting the decline anyway. You know what I mean? So like, I don't think it's a shock here that that the market came in, I don't think it's a shock that the market came in that the Philly Fed index still came in negative. You know, I think they were expecting minus 20, and so we still came in 50% better. But I understand for sure that it's still not a good headline, of course. More people working equals more inflation. Oh no, I understand. Like, again, jobless claims has been one of those things that we've had a negative reaction to. More people working over the last year, not consistently, but sometimes we do get a negative reaction from more people working. And so it really is something that, like, it's certainly a nuanced release where, like, we don't exactly know what everything's going to do here. You know what I mean? Like, we don't exactly know if everything's going to be good, bad, or not, you know? Again, I'm in Walmart right now. I'm going to take a little bit off of Walmart here. We're already green in it. All right, so I'm going to take half of this off because we can. And Walmart's pumping up. Part of me thinks I should hold it a little bit longer. What do you guys think? So here's Walmart. We got in this trade. We're still very green in it. I'm going to take a third of the trade off. I won't take half, but I'll take a third just so I can keep most of it. All right, so we just took a third off. Just basically protected the trade, locked in profit there. Baba earnings. So yeah, we already covered Baba earnings. Man, Walmart's still pumping up a little bit. So it looks like I could have waited a little bit longer. I'll go and take another little piece of this off, just lock in some more. But it's definitely not looking bad here. We'll see if the market bounces back, but we'll look at Walmart. So we bought that dip in Walmart. I feel cutting rate and pausing rate will cause the market to spot. Yeah, for sure. What in pre-market was a waste? Baba earnings. Baba earnings are already out. So if you look at Baba numbers here, Baba numbers are right here. So Baba posted EPS of 156, beat the 135 estimate. Sales of 30.32, beat the 30.24 estimates. So we're pulling back a little bit for Walmart. Honestly, I'm kind of tempted to buy a little bit more on this dip. Disney just surged up. I don't know why. Did some type of Disney news come out? Disney just surged up. Guys, look at Disney. Wow. Let me see if there's a catalyst here. Any news for this? Wow. You love to see it. I don't know what's going on with Disney. All right, ESPN has begun discussions with leagues and cable partners to allow streaming plan for ESPN code project named Flagship. And look at Disney surge here up to 93.40s right now. Hey, this is great for my trade, guys. If you guys remember, I bought Disney a couple days ago. Lovely. Beautiful move heading into the open today, too. you love to see it. All right, so what other economic data? We got existing home sales. But yeah, Disney surging up here, guys. Wow. And so again, it's getting to the point where I might start taking a little bit of profit off on Disney just because, you know. Again, here's the P&L today on Disney. Mostly Disney. I mean, we're green in some other stuff too. But this is the P&L today so far. About 230 in our TOS account. Cool. Also short Home Depot. I think I kept a piece of my short on Home Depot. Okay, we're green a little bit today. Man, look at Disney surge though, guys. Wow. And again, we accidentally shorted some Home Depot here. Yeah, so I guess the ESPN deal is what's propping Disney up. So I'll put this news up here. So here's the news right here. So again, ESPN has begun discussions with leagues and cable partners to allow for streaming. So good. Disney's reacting positively to this for sure. Walmart surged down here, so luckily I took some profit off here, but we're still green on the trade, but certainly not as much. We're closer to flat now. I don't know why Walmart's dipping down some. The market's actually bouncing back a little bit though. But yeah, luckily we took some profit off there. Look at Walmart dive down. I mean, I'm not going to hold it too long. We're pretty flat in it right now. If you look at our Walmart trade, we're slightly green now, but it could have been a lot worse. So luckily we took that piece off. I was debating on whether it was the right move to take some off, but it looks like that was probably the right move. All right, Walmart all the way back up too, so it fell down and now it's right back up. We're still green on it, but yeah. We'll wait. All right, now it's back up a little bit. We're still green on our Disney trade. All right, I guess we're gonna sit on Walmart. We're completely flat on it now. If you look at our position here. I need to start drinking more coffee at the open. Because I run out of my coffee by like 9 a.m. Maybe if I drink more coffee, I'll have a little bit more energy. Walmart dipping back down some, and so the market it's definitely in a bearish trend since jobless claims and Philly Fed index came out, which again means the market's fearing inflation to a certain extent. All right, so again, still in Walmart. At least we're still green on our Disney trade. Let me catch back up with the chat. Kind of bearish today. Well, the market certainly is fearing inflation as well. Quantitative easing is the meds, maybe, man. Fed is too weak. Crush the inflation fears. Maybe. It depends on how you look at it. It really does. Walmart's still flushing back down here. All right, so Walmart back up again, going back and forth, back and forth. Just giving it time. Home Depot back down a little bit. We are shorting Home Depot now. Accidentally, I didn't even want to short Home Depot, but I guess we will. I accidentally entered a short position. Actually green on it today, but we made a bunch on Home Depot yesterday buying the dip. Home Depot was another one of those stocks where I bought it and everybody's like, no, don't buy it. And then we bought it and it went up. Yeah, well, Disney's dropping down, but still green on the day. And again, Disney's been on a tear yesterday. It went from like 90 something all the way up to 93 right now. So Disney's still very strong. And again, I'm going to give it time. It's a long-term trade if it needs to be, you know. Yeah, so I think we did the poll numbers on the jobless claims report. Does jobless claims come in higher or lower? We got about 700 votes. We're going to end this poll now. We're going to do another poll based off of the market. Does the market close green today? Will be the last poll. We also have existing home sales that we're going to start to get the stream ready for. So look at the market. So the market's actually bouncing back some. Disney right back up to 93.50s again, man. Honestly, it's looking great. It really is looking great. Let's see. Make sure it's existing home sales. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah. So existing home sales for April are expected at 4.3 million. Those drop in about 42 minutes. Disney's still pumping up right now. So Disney's still pumping up. Walmart's, we're slightly red on it now, but it's very, you can see it here where it's very close to break even. So again, Disney right around the highs, man. Just a big green day on that ESPN news. Green at the open, yeah. We'll wait and see. Will Tesla be today? Where's Tesla? Let's look. There's HD on the left or on the right. Again, there's Tesla up there. So Tesla is still green on the day. Walmart's still green on the day as well. And again, we're gonna get ready to trade on Top Step here. We'll make this a little bit larger, so we can see a little bit of everything. Make sure this is the right one so I can put my VWAP up. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. One second, guys. Let me make sure this is the right one. Okay, yeah, that was right. So yeah, we made some money yesterday too. Walmart back up too. We got to watch Tesla. We got to watch Disney some as well. But this was our day yesterday. So let me exit out of this and just show you the yesterday graph here. All right, and we're going to try to get into some good trades. So much for getting me to buy more Disney. Yeah, well, the ESPN news came out for it, and so that's kind of making it pump up. Let me get these top of the bottom ranges off here. Let me see if I can mess with this. Here's the VWAP. I don't want the hourly. I want the daily VWAP. The daily VWAP is my favorite one. The top of the range, maybe we'll leave the top range up here because I guess that can be useful too. Yeah, SPY down. Walmart's still consolidating here. I guess I'll just sit in these trades. We're completely flat on Walmart on the day. So, chat, are you guys red or green today so far? Red or green? It's like green, neutral, but green for the week. Yeah, I mean, we are green a little bit, but the market has been in that range most of the day. I mean, like if you look at a longer term chart here, so like here's a 3-day chart. Let's put up like a 10-day chart here. So here's a 10-day chart of the S&P right now. Let me put a 15-minute chart up. So here's a 10-day chart of the S&P. So you can see the S&P has been in just a flat, completely flat range for a while now. So this is just completely sideways, completely flat range for a while. Hopefully we get some breakouts of this, but again, just a really flat range. We finally ripped back up today, and we're now kind of pulling back to the bottom of that range. So if you look at like a longer term chart here, you can kind of see like we broke out at the top and bottom of the range. Here's the top and bottom right here. And so we broke over that, and now we're just kind of pulling back to the bottom of that range, which is right around here. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens there, but yeah. Hey, what you doing? It's all right. You want to hop on stream? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys, we got Carol on stream.
Morning.
Yeah, here's the mic if you want to talk about. Yeah, so market is doing all right, but finally, we dropped some good numbers here. It's weird. Economic growth is better than expected, but for whatever reason, the market dropped today, which I guess means the market is worried about inflation. You know.
Is Jerome Powell speaking today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's tomorrow. Yeah, so that'll be interesting tomorrow. So Powell is supposed to tomorrow interview Bernanke, which is the ex-chairman of the Fed Reserve, right? So Bernanke was the chairman of the Fed before Powell was. So Bernanke was the Fed chairman before Powell was chairman. And so that's kind of what to look at and understand is that Powell, Bernanke was before Powell, ahead of Powell. So, you know, we'll see what we get. But yeah, guys, if you haven't already, again, check out Top Step. Hey, thank you, EC. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, we try over here, you know. Again, apparently we found out that, like, again, I knew the drama from earlier was a coordinated attack, but it was just really weird, man. Like earlier today, we had like 5 or 6 people within 10 seconds of each other say the exact same thing, and I had to ban like 6 people. So what it means is that somebody either was really quick with creating a bunch of fake accounts, or they sent me bots, unfortunately. Being a YouTuber is a weird thing, man. It's a weird thing. Like, for whatever reason, people get insecure and they get weird. and like they just make it their mission to just cause you pain, you know. Misery loves company. Again, healthy people don't do that, you know. It's generally the people who either want something from me or are just unhappy with themselves, you know.
Yeah, I wonder why they would do that though.
Want to increase your views, keep Carol on more often? Yeah.
I don't know what I'll add here.
I could throw you in the thumbnail, you know, that'll probably get some more clicks, you know. Yeah, we try over here. We try to be a good dude. How do we feel about Baba? The Mad Hatters? We're going to call them the Mad Hatters. Baba actually pushed back up some. So Baba, I don't trust Baba, though. It's overseas. Again, Jack Ma, him battling with the government there is just not a confidence-inducing thing for me, you know.
Yeah, that seems like a quick way to get your company.
Oh, yeah, look, if you look at Baba here, Baba has fallen a lot over the last few years. So look at a weekly chart for Alibaba. This thing, Jack Ma said some critical things about the government, and Baba dropped from 320. Guys, this was back in 2020, late 2020. It dropped from 320 all the way down to $90. $90. And so weird for sure. Again, it's one of the reasons, but there might be some value down here. I think now the government there owns more of the company, so like they have more equity. Yeah, I heard the thing about Ma being clear, but no, I think the government now owns equity in Baba, and so they're gonna have a direct like interest in making it go up, you know. And so maybe there's some value by there. Again, I don't know for sure. All I know is I'm skeptical, but there might be some yeah, throw on the thumbnail maybe. No, I'm not gonna do that. I don't need to. But no, there might be some value there. I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with it, but yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right, guys. Carol's leaving. Everybody, thank Carol for being on the stream for her 5 minutes of fame here.
Don't have to thank me, but good luck, everyone.
All right, there's the opening bell. So again, micro E-mini, push it up. Again, we'll see if we get some good trades in. All right, baby. All right, love you. All right, guys, we'll see if we get some good trades in. Baba falling down a little bit now. So again, I'm watching these very closely. I'm watching Walmart as well because remember, I'm in Walmart as well here. Walmart pumping up a little bit, so that's good. Big volatility all the way around though, man. Walmart's surging up here. Look at Walmart, guys. So Walmart's making its moves. Baba dumping down here. Look at Alibaba crash down here, down to 87.70s here, 87.70s. Big drop for Baba. Big drop down. Look at Baba get crushed on the bottom. Walmart's looking great though. So retail actually doing all right. So retail's doing okay. Remember, we do have jobless. We do have existing home sales. All right, now everything's turning except for Walmart here, which is nice for me here. Look at Baba dip. Walmart surging up. I'm going to go ahead and take some more off here. Luckily, we kept at least half the position there. I'm going to go ahead and scale out a little bit more. I'll ride the rest. Yeah, Walmart ripping up. Again, the market's pretty flat right now, though. I mean, we're not really doing much here. Again, I'm going to give it time. We're nicely green on Walmart on the day here, so we scaled out enough to where it's not going to be a red trade or anything like that. Disney fighting back, coming back up to be in. Where's the previous closing price on Disney? All right, Disney technically green on the day again. We got this little dip. Where's my mouse, dude? Problem with having so many monitors, I lose my mouse sometimes. I'm going to go ahead and buy 2 contracts of the market here, see if we get a little pop back. Small little trade, though. Walmart at the highs again. I'm going to take some off here at the very top. And then we got this one trade of the regular micro E-mini here. Not a huge trade, but I can see the SPY kind of coming back some here, so that's nice. Disney fighting back up to $93 a share. Disney over $93 now. And again, if you haven't already, check out TopStep. TopStep is a funded account program in futures in which they give you a demo and they test your skill. It really is the cheapest way to day trade. You know, if you look at what I'm day trading now, I'm basically day trading the S&P 500. I'm basically day trading the SPY here because it's the same price action as the SPY. So I'm going to take a little piece of that off. So I can day trade short, buy market, buy bid, sell the ask. The economic data we cover here moves the S&P 500 to the E-mini and futures. And so you can literally day trade based off of this stuff every day in futures without PDT restriction. And if you don't have a ton of equity, which I think is most traders, a funded account program like TopStep is really the best option. It'll allow you to get your feet wet, test your skill. If you're good enough to get funded, you can get funded, and you get a 90% split, and they're the most legit funded program in the world. If you're not good enough to get funded, you probably would lose more putting up the money yourself anyway. And so it really is the best of both worlds. But again, I'm biased in their favor, of course, because they're a sponsor of mine. But if you want to check them out, here is the link. Again, great way to help support the channel. Walmart surging up here. You love to see it. I'm going to go ahead and take the rest off. Not a bad little day trade. We just got out right around the highs there. So we just covered that. That's nice to see. We're also in Home Depot. Short. No, that short's going against me, but that's all right. We'll go ahead and cover this pretty soon. I didn't mean to short it, to be honest. But it's all good. All right, so we are. Let me go ahead and cover this here. I really didn't mean to short this. Like I tried to cover. If you guys remember, I bought Home Depot before the open yesterday. And apparently I exited too much. So I had a smaller position than I thought. And so when I sold too much, and it ended up shorting me 15 shares of HD. So I shorted a little bit too much, but it's all good, you know. So yeah, we're flat on that. A little small trade. Disney's doing really well. Look at Walmart, guys. Broke the pre-market high up to 154s. So we are back up in this trade. We are green. I'm trying to build up a cushion, and then we'll take a little bit larger size once we can. So we're at the top of the range. I'll go ahead and buy a little bit more here. We'll take 2 contracts, maybe add on a pullback here. I see Tesla rebounding back up, so that could help the trade. Disney's right at the highs of the day again, or at least the highs of market hours. And I do see some strength. Look at Tesla rip here. So we've got 3 micro contracts. Again, if I can build up a little cushion, we'll scale up to the regular. Yeah, Disney's still at the top. You love to see it. So we are up in our little 3 contracts. We'll go and take 2 of these off and then keep 1. All right, look at this pop back up in this last contract. We're going to go in and unload that. Disney just broke highs again, up to 93.20s. Home Depot's starting to surge too. There we go. All right, we guys, existing home sales in about 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes. All right, look at this huge run up here in the market here. It looks great. Home Depot just broke highs too. We'll wait for a little pullback and then maybe attack it again. But we need a little bit of time. Existing home sales is not the biggest data. It's not small really necessarily either, but it's not huge. All right, so we got a little pullback right at that right at the VWAP level here. So again, we're going to start to buy the dip again. We'll take 3 contracts. See if we get a rebound back up here. All right, so now slightly green. I like the downwick price action here. We got a nice little cushion of about $30 on the day though, so we're just trying to build that cushion up a little bit more so we can scale up to the regular E-mini and start to scalp that, build up more cushion on the day, and then attack that. We just took most of this off just now, locked in profit. We'll let the rest ride up. In case we rejected the VWAP here, I wanted to cover that position. Disney testing highs again. AMC starting to rebound back up too. There we go. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get out. We're up about 40 on the day now. We are surging up some. All right, so we're over the VWAP here. This is a strong sign. Tesla's still pumping up too. Existing home sales in about 19 minutes. All right, so pulling back to the VWAP here again. Disney up to 93.40s over that. Again, we're just kind of sitting back waiting. All right, so a pretty large pullback now. We rejected at the VWAP though, and this is not a great sign for the SPY here. So again, I'm gonna wait. So far we're doing okay, but again, I'm gonna wait. Some fairly large pullback. Again, choppiness. I could short. Part of me, sometimes shorts these moves, betting a downward trend is going to start. So I guess I'll take a small short position here, and then maybe add up to 4 or 5 shares, anticipating a rejection if I can. So slightly green here. Tesla just dipped all the way back down under the previous close. So I'm going to try to get another little size position here. We're in 3 contracts now. I'll get up to maybe 5. All right, so now we're ripping up a little bit. We've got some more time to let it work, but I'm not going to add any more to it. I want to let it test the VWAP. If it breaks back over the VWAP, we're confirming a very choppy trend, and that's just not what I want to get stuck in. Disney's still testing the top. So still in a small position. I'm kind of watching the SPY here. I don't want to give too much to it. And we're green on the day, so I just kind of want to let this play out. I don't want to add more to it. So we break this top of the candle. I'll probably just cut it and then, reevaluate what I want to do. We're green on the day here. I don't know. I like this rejection now, actually. So we'll add a little bit more to this. 4 contracts now. Now I'll add because we got a little rejection of the wick, but I don't want to get faked out here. We'll take 5 and then we'll let that be that. See if we can get a flush rejection back under this level. We're right on. So right now, the SPY is technically red on the day, and it's right above that previous closing price, or it's right under that previous closing price. And so in that regard, like I want to let it test. So there we go. Now we're, because I think the previous closing price right here could reject it some. And if you guys want to see what I'm talking about this right here. You can see the previous closing price right here on the SPY. Again, I do want to give it time. We're letting, you know, we've already built up a cushion, so now we're swinging a little bit hard into that cushion is what we're doing. But we're also watching a lot of large caps like Tesla, Apple, Amazon to see how they influence. Tesla just popped back up to the VWAP as well here. All right, so there's a flush back down on the SPY. That's a good sign for my short, at least here. Disney's still testing the top of the range too, so that's nice. Gotta look at like Apple as well. Apple's still weak on the day. That's kind of what's helping drag the market down. Tesla just rejected too, so that's all looking pretty good for a short. Again, I don't want you to copy me. I have no idea what I'm doing. I might be wildly wrong. We still got 12 minutes before existing home sales go live too. All right, there goes the SPY testing that level again. But we're very flat. The last 4 minutes are basically sideways. So I don't want to make any brash decisions yet for this trade. Again, I'm watching the SPY test it. If it pushes up too much, we'll cut it and we'll be pretty flat on the day. Kind of trading into house money right now. So like even if we lose this, we'll be break even on the day. And that's kind of the ideal situation. If the SPY breaks down, we'll be up. But Microsoft is what's dragging the market up right now. That Microsoft is really surging. Microsoft just broke highs of the day. The only reason I'm considering cutting this all right, coming back down to reality a little bit here. Man, look at Microsoft. Microsoft's almost up 320s right now. There's the breakdown we've been waiting for here. There we go. All right, we cut most of that. We got 2 contracts left here, but we caught the breakdown that we wanted. Took a while for us to get it, but we were patient with it. We'll take another piece off there. And we'll go ahead and get out the rest right there. So yeah, we're up about 70 on the day. We've got our cushion built. We'll pivot to the regular E-mini now. Walmart's still surging up though. And Microsoft's still very strong as well. What's breaking down here? I mean, Tesla is probably what the breakdown is from. All right, guys. Existing home sales in about 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes. Disney bouncing back up here as well. I want to watch Apple to see what it does here. If Apple rejects at the previous closing price, then maybe we'll short. If it doesn't reject, then I think we're just going to sit. I think of PayPal. I think PayPal is pretty cheap down here, but who knows? Like, I'm in a small position on it, but it's not big at all. It's 25 shares, you know. And so, like, I'm sitting on it, but I understand this could just not work out in my favor either. I don't know. I'm pretty green on the day so far today. On everything and futures and stocks. We're shorting the market, and the market is showing like weakness signs, but it's so choppy right now. Y'all just be careful. I don't know if it's a good day to necessarily take any big trades. Part of me wants to short right here, and I guess I will, but we've already got a nice little cushion that we can use on the day. All right, so we got this big bounce up. So we took our little swing, and we might get stuck in chop. I mean, the SPY looked really good right there, but this is just going to confirm that it's not a good day to trade, I think. If this gets faked out, I think this was really weak looking ahead of this, and I think with this big up wick, it's even more weak. But if this fakes out, then that just confirms really choppy action today. Very sideways neutral action. We've basically been kind of straddling the previous closing price. Not necessarily the best momentum to play. I mean, we're green so far today, and this actually brings us, you know, flat on this trade. So that's nice. But just be careful. You know, just because I'm green doesn't mean the trading's easy. And I think there's a lot of luck involved in today. So Tesla all the way down to 173s. Because we really got to look at the price action, not just like over the last minute or two, but like, look, we've basically been sideways for the last 20, 30 minutes. And this is well after the open. I mean, we're about 30 minutes past the opening bell here, so. There's a breakdown here. That's nice. We got one contract to the micro too, so we're up about 25, 30. I'll go ahead and cut it there. So now we're up about 100 on the day. I think we might break down more, but yeah, there's the breakdown more. So again, I thought it looked pretty bearish, but hopefully this might break us out of the trend. We'll give it time. Again, existing home sales drop in about 20 minutes, or in about 5 minutes, I mean. Disney's still looking pretty strong, though. All right, so existing home sales data, the market could be waiting, but this existing home sales usually is not going to move the market that much. Again, expected to come in at 4.3 million. Last time it was 4.4 million. So existing home sales are expected to drop a little bit here, too. Again, we'll see how these impact the market here. Disney's still surging up. All right, we're back up. Again, very choppy market right now. Disney's still surging back up to the highs of the day here. Let's see if existing home sales can boost this. Again, I'm checking everybody else. At least it's not just me with low views. Looks like everybody's a little light right now. It's just kind of slow. Market's been in this dumb range for like weeks now. Hopefully JP Big Papa will break us out of that range tomorrow. All right, so again, market's back up. Disney just broke highs again at 93.50 right now. 93.50 for Disney. Here comes existing home sales in about 1 minute, guys. 1 minute for existing home sales. Why don't you trade the micro NASDAQ? Because I'm trading the micro E-mini and the regular E-mini. So it's like, I could trade the micro NASDAQ, but, you know, it's essentially the same thing as the regular E-mini. I'll watch the SPY much more than the NASDAQ anyway. Like, I watch the S&P more than the NASDAQ. Disney surging up even more here, man. Disney up to 93.60s, 93.50s. You love to see it. PayPal popping back up too. All right, guys, here's the report. So the report just dropped. Existing home sales came in at 4.28 million, basically as expected. 4.28 million versus 4.3 million expected. Not really moving the markets much, which is not super surprising, I think, here. So it didn't really move the market a ton. But yeah, they came in at 4.28 million versus 4.3 million expected. So slightly under expectations for new home sales. And I'll put this data up on screen so you can see it. But here is that report here. Oh, this is the OG song, if you guys remember it. And again, we're green on the week. We're basically, or we're green on the day. We're up about 100 on the day. I'm going to look for a little pullback to see if we can take it. But, man, the market is so flat right now, guys. Like, that's basically the market right now, is this. That's basically it. I hope Disney keeps running up. Again, you guys know me. I bought Disney. PayPal, too. I'm also in SQ. What's SQ doing? SQ is up. Hey, good to see it. Cool. Man, Disney is just surging up right now. We'll give it time, but market is so flat. Is NASDAQ ripping up? The pawn was talking to me. Yeah, NASDAQ is surging up. Very strong. Tesla down a little bit, but yeah, one of the Fed speaking. Yeah, tomorrow is the big one though. Tomorrow's big Papa Jerome Powell. And again, if you want to day trade futures, there's no PDT in futures. You can day trade short. It's really where most pro traders are going to have the most, action is the futures market. You can day trade currencies. You can day trade the S&P 500. You can day trade the NASDAQ. And while the S&P is slow today, the NASDAQ is not. Here's the NQ. What is the NQ? Right now we're NQM3 is what it's going to be. Contract. So yeah, here's the NASDAQ. So here's the NASDAQ right now. Here's the mini NASDAQ that is. So there's the NASDAQ. So while the SPY was flat, the NASDAQ is flying up. Disney up to 93.70. 93.70. And so again, while I think this is $10 a contract too. I'm going to buy this dip. Oh, this is just one contract. Oh, that sucks. I will take 4. I wanted to buy one contract as a regular, but this is the mini NASDAQ, so it's all good. All right, we'll take half off there. We'll go ahead and cut that. Again, we are now up about 110 on the day. Quant Hour's nice. But yeah, if you want to try out a funded account program, most pro traders are going to trade futures. You can day trade the NASDAQ. You can see I just switched to the NASDAQ, which has more volatility. There's no PDT in futures. You can day trade and short. And the easiest, cheapest way to get your feet wet, if you're a solid trader, the cheapest barrier of entry where you can enter, still get, still make money, still get funded if you're good enough, is a funded account program. And Top Step is the most legit futures program in the world. They pay out millions every year. They fund thousands and thousands of traders a year. It really is the best way for new traders to get active in the financial markets and day trading without taking on a lot of risk. It really is, you can see people saying they passed the eval with the NQ. Again, if you want to try out Top Step, they are a sponsor of mine, but they pay out millions. What they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill. And a lot of people don't realize this, but as a new trader, this genuinely builds your skill. It teaches you how to follow rules. It teaches you how to trade realistically, accurately under rule sets. And you can build rules with what's called the Trade IQ section. So if you look at Top Step here, they have like something called Trade IQ, which allows you to build rules for yourself, and then it alerts you when you break rules. And so you can see in Top Step, once you're funded, you keep 90% of your profit. You also get 5,000 of your first profit. So you get no split on your first 5K, and then afterwards you keep 90% of that. You get a dedicated funding coach. There's a lot of benefits, free coaching. There's a great community of traders, just a lot of really cool stuff with Top Step. And it really is the gold standard of funded programs in the US. So if you want to check it out, they are a sponsor of mine. Here is the link. Again, I posted the link right there. Yeah, it's the best of both worlds, Shah, in that, okay, think about it like this, right? Most day traders lose money. And so if you put up that $15,000 or whatever you need yourself to trade futures, especially if you're new, the odds are against you. You're going to lose money most of the time. You're going to lose thousands and thousands of dollars. And the other best of both worlds is like, so if you're a losing trader, you're going to lose less on Top Step. It's going to teach you how to trade. It's going to teach you how to be profitable. If you're good enough to pass the challenge, then you're still keeping 90% of your profit anyway. And so in that regard, you have less risk, more potential upside. It really is the best of both worlds in that situation. Now again, I'm biased because they're a sponsor of mine, but it really is the best of both worlds in my opinion. Disney breaking highs again, guys. Look at the NASDAQ surge up here. Oh, wow. NASDAQ flying up. Disney on a huge run back. All right, so we're thinking about trying the NASDAQ here. I think I'm just going to give it some time. Again, we're great on the day. We're up a little bit. Disney breaking highs at 93.80s here, guys. 93.80s. Again, if you want to see my Disney trade here, yeah, we're up pretty good in Disney right now. Pretty good. Yeah, people hate. Every time I buy Disney, they hate, man. They, for whatever reason. We'll keep this little 175 shares left. See what happens. But you love to see it. You love to see it. Futures are still pumping up, though, right now. Market needed to break out of that range, too. Baba down a lot? Is it really? Yeah, we pivoted from the S&P just because the NASDAQ was ripping up. Somebody gave some good advice. Yeah, Baba down now big. Well, pretty good earnings too, so. Yeah, even if you fail, you learn a ton from just trying to trade and stay risk adverse. Like a lot of people hate on these funded account programs, and it's like they're just mad that they lost money. Like if you think that you wouldn't lose money trading real money, but you lost on a funded account program, like you have to think about it like this, right? Think about how much everybody thinks they're going to be profitable like right off the bat, right? But very few people actually are. So like everybody thinks that they're just going to jump in and they're going to make 5K and they're going to be the next prodigy day trading guru out there, you know? But like, if you really think about it objectively, most of the time that's not true. You know, most of the time traders are going to lose money. And so giving traders an option where they learn how to trade under pressure, but they still get a lot of the reward of trading, right? So if you're good enough, you can still get funded. You still keep 90% of your profit. You still learn, you know, you still get to maximize profit. But if you fail, you have much less risk, right? That's why Top Step is valuable. Again, people hate on it because they lose money, you know. But again, if they lost money on Top Step, they'd probably lose it regularly anyway. And again, I'm not claiming to be some super expert day trader because I'm not. I'm better swing trader than I am day trader, if I'm being honest. But like in that regard, it's much cheaper to learn. It's much cheaper to test your skill. It's much cheaper to build skill. And if you're good enough to pass it and get funding, essentially all you have to do is you can build up enough money to where you withdraw, you know, say you make 50K in profit on Top Step. You could withdraw that and then open up your own account afterwards as well with noticeably less risk than if you started off with, you know, 50K of your own money in the very beginning, you know? And so in that regard, it's just much cheaper. When you buy one contract, how much money is that? Of the NASDAQ, it's about 13,000. So of the NASDAQ, it's about 13K. So slowly scaling out here, guys. Cut a little bit more off of Disney here. NASDAQ's still surging up big here, guys. Still surging up a lot. Yeah, I'm looking at PayPal here. We've scaled out a lot of Disney. I'm gonna hold on to a little bit of Disney here because I can. PayPal, we're down pretty cheap. We're still in gold. Gold's kind of beating me up a little bit, but it's not a huge loss. Again, it's just a small diversification trade that I can stay in for a while if I need to. All right, so here's a little pullback. And again, we're green on the day here. SPY pulling back finally now some after a pretty big run up. I might pivot back to the regular E-mini, or at least the micro E-mini for now. And well, I hate this part of it. Like, look at all this. I gotta squeeze. Bro, where'd it go, dude? Oh my gosh. There it is, man. Sheesh. Sometimes you lose the chart here. I need to enable Quant Tower to. Now we're in 4 contracts. Gonna start to scale up our size a little bit now that we can. On these pullbacks, maybe get into 5 contracts or so here at the micro. So we're in 5 contracts now. There we go. We're about flat. Yeah, Quant Tower is available on Top Step. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, the mouse scroller is much easier, all right. But yeah, Quant Tower is available on Top Step. All right, so we're starting to pump up a little bit here. We're in 5 contracts. All right, so we're breaking down. We'll probably cut this pretty soon. We're still very green on the day. This one retracement makes me reconsider it, though, because this could actually pop right back up now. We see that big downwick. That downwick generally means buying pressure. Netflix is surging up here. Wow. There we go. So green in the trade. Took a little bit off there. So we cut most of it, or we cut 40% of it. And that'll protect it, and we can get out break even on the rest if it doesn't go in our favor. I took another contract off. Gonna let the rest pump up. See if we can break highs here is really what we're looking at. SPY starting to move up towards it. Netflix still breaking highs. Netflix is almost up to 370. Netflix is also one of those stocks that I wanted to stay away from because it was so extended on the upside. But bro, big percentage moves here. And so again, I want you guys to remember something here is that the S&P on average gives you 6 to 12% a year. But that includes crashes. And so what does that mean, guys? Do y'all know what that means? That means that when the market is not crashing on any given year, it will give you more than that. All right, we're going to go ahead and cut the rest of that. And so the market has been pumping up a lot. Again, here's our graph today so far. It's not the biggest profit day. We're up about 140 on the day, but we haven't lost, to put this into perspective. And so people wonder why I ban people who talk about my trading, you know, like negatively. It's because most of the time, like when I do, it's people who, when I have green days like today where I've made like 12 green trades in a row, it's just kind of silence. And a lot of the time they'll only come out when I lose. And so again, last 2 days, we've been pretty on point. Market's still surging up too. Part of me wants to buy the dip. Disney testing the top again. I don't know if I'm going to, you know, take any more off. I think I'm going to let Disney work here. You know, my average is like $92 on Disney. If you look at it, my average here is about $92.05. And so I think I'm just going to let this work. I think Disney could probably test 100 within the next few months if I'm patient with it. And we got 125 shares left, so it's not like the biggest position. So even if it turns on me, you can kind of see how much we're up recently on it. So like we're up a lot. And so, yeah, we'll take it. We'll let it work. But not a bad day. Green all the way around here. And so, yeah, if you haven't already, check out Top Step. It really is the best of both worlds, where you're not taking on a lot of risk, yet, you know, you're getting a lot of the benefits of trading your own money, but without a lot of the risk. And so it truly is like a genuinely good option to trade. If you don't have that much equity, like if you don't have a lot of money, this is probably where you want to learn to day trade. It's a lot cheaper than putting up, what, 20,000 yourself or whatever it is. A lot less risk. If you're good enough, you still keep 90% of your profit once you're funded. So again, you can check out the link in the description if you haven't yet. Also, check out my other sponsor, which is a company called Quant Tower. You know, another one of my sponsors is called Quant Tower. And again, guys, we only make about 4 or 5 plugs a day. So in a 4-hour stream, 4 or 5 plugs a day is about 1 plug every hour. And so I know it might seem like I'm advertising a lot. It's because I try not to plug anything in the first few hours of the day. So I usually don't plug anything in the first couple hours. And so we kind of consolidate them to the very end. But Quant Tower, genuinely useful, guys. Genuinely useful. What it is, it's a trading view indicator service that allows you to see where potential reversals are. Again, my favorite time frame is on a 5-minute chart. So like you can see this, the E-mini here. You can look at this. Look at today's price action alone on Top Step or on Chart Prime. I think I said Quant Tower. It's a company called Chart Prime. Look at today's alerts alone. And again, I can't fake what I'm showing you. Like people hate on this and they say, oh, it's a scam or whatever they want to say. I genuinely can't fake what I'm showing you guys here. I can't fake what I'm showing you. Like look at this. This is a 5-minute chart. Reversal up, huge rebound. This thing literally called the very bottom of this move on the SPY here, which is the E-mini, which is what I'm trading in futures. It literally called the very bottom. This one literally called the very top. Look at this drop. This one did as well. Look, literally called the top. This one did as well. We got the drop afterwards. We can keep going back too. Like, look at this. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal up, bounce. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal up, bounce. Possible reversal up, bounce. Possible reversal up, bounce. So if you were going to go by only these the last few days, it would be pretty accurate. You know, so shout out to Chart Prime. It's very cheap too. It's like $35 a month, and it's just kind of custom indicators. So it's not like it's a scam or anything like that. It's just custom indicators, and so you can use them with your trading or not use them with your trading or whatever it is. It's just custom indicators. It's kind of like having your own custom VWAP, and I think their VWAP is a little bit better than the typical one as well. So again, check them out. Y'all be safe. Y'all be good. And so no, there's no maximum time limit, Patrick. So there's no maximum limit here. So you can take as long or as little as you want, you know, to pass it. You know, you can take as long as little as you want. Again, just have reasonable expectations. The real way to use Top Step is to learn and get better. You know, if you can use it in that way, you're going to have a good edge in your trading. You know, you're going to do better than a lot of people, because a lot of people are just kind of throwing money away and risking tons of money on stuff like that. So just be safe, guys. Understand, putting up the money yourself is risky. Most day traders lose money. And so just be smart, be safe. Y'all stay safe. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day. We got Big Papa Jerome Powell speaking tomorrow. So Big Papa speaking tomorrow. I'll see you guys later. Y'all be good. And yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow.